and ultimately you see the person landing into the senior team. Can we do that again? Yes, we can do it. Those of us in here will be the ones that can help us do that. So, because government is here, I'm representing government. Management is here. You, the club owners and managers of the clubs, you are here. The professional bodies, they are all here. I can see our partners in the financial sector. They are here. UMB, thank you. If I ask for the best 30 players in Ghana at U13 today, can we identify them? Can we tell who will progress to U15, to U17, Division 1, the Premier League, and eventually our national teams? Can we tell who drops out and why? We need to be able to have this. These questions scientifically, then we do not yet have a development pathway. We have a selection exercise. We don't want to have a selection exercise. We want to have a development pathway. That is why the document I read, what has been put together, let's make sure we work assiduously to implement it. Because once we do that, we'll be able to complete this and have a development pathway, not a selection exercise. The world has changed. Talent identification is deliberate. Coaching is deliberate. Sports science is deliberate. Competition exposure is deliberate. Player data is deliberate. Transition is deliberate. Everything is deliberate. We cannot leave anything to chance anymore. We cannot compete with deliberate system through hope. No. We cannot hope to achieve what others have done. Sometimes I don't want to mention names, but it is important to mention names. We can't be competing with systems that have been put in place like you have in Morocco now, like maybe you have in South Africa, and just hoping. We must make sure the documents you approve here is implemented. And we don't have any other person to do so but us here. We. Ladies and gentlemen, I know half the room is withdrawing their clap, but I will have to continue, because when we leave here, we must know that we have a role to play. Ghana football, therefore, needs to rebuild its foundation through a clear pathway of participation, identification, development, competition, progression, elite transition, and professionalism. Every stage must have standards, data, and qualified people, and, of course, key amongst it, accountability. And this matters because the strength of our domestic football system will ultimately reflect in the strength of our national teams. Yes, we should celebrate every Ghanaian excelling abroad, but we must never allow foreign-based talent to become an excuse for a weak domestic ecosystem. A strong league must produce players, coaches, referees, administrators, football intelligence, commercial value, and excitement. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it brings me to the very uncomfortable question. A new Ghana Premier League season is about to start. Who exactly are we asking Ghanaians to come and watch? Who are we asking Ghanaians to come and watch? When Club A comes against Club B, when Club C comes against D, when E comes against M, who are we asking Ghanaians to come and watch? Who is the star? Who is the player every child is talking about? Whose jersey do young supporters want to buy? Who is the personality on the billboard? Who? There was a time when Charles Taylor was an attraction. Are they lie? Don Bote was an attraction. Ishmelado was an attraction. Stephen Odro was an attraction. Supporters knew the characters of the league. They were heroes. The rivalries was deep. And the personalities, as I've mentioned, could be identified. Today, there's much media presence than maybe we had. There are many other platforms we could use to do this. But who are they? Where are they? Why are we hiding them? Or we have not been able to produce them? But we still have talented players, I dare say. We have them today. But maybe we are failing to deliberately create stars. Because we have them. And that is where I'm looking at us and also our partners, especially the media. What we do. We don't expect anybody to come and create them for us. We have to create them. So that partnership is not just between the GFA and sponsors and maybe GFA and government, but it is between us, amongst us, the various units, to be able to work assiduously, even as we have the rivalries, to work intentionally to be able to create these stars, because it will help the system. It should not be that because the star being created, which of the teams are no longer really, so that I can mention them, use them, not the ones that are still in competition. So the minister don't stand like, maybe because the star that is being created is in Voradep. And it means that Voradep will, so let's work to drop it down. No, it will not help the system. Club rivalry does not mean we should not work intentionally to create the stars that keeps sports and football development along, that builds the interest of local support base. We have to be intentional. Mr. President, I didn't come last year, so I'm combining the last year, what I should have said, with this year. Ladies and gentlemen, you cannot sell a league without selling its character. The characters is what helps you to sell the league. And that is why I say we must be intentional in creating those characters. Then we can sell. Then we know that if we are going to start a league, the young people will be looking for some jerseys. I remember I was in Bishop Hema. My club played against another club and we lost. Not a Ghanaian though, not a Ghanaian club. The whole day, students who usually don't joke with dining time, I couldn't eat. That's how I felt. Do you think we can still create that kind of atmosphere today, that a club from Ghana will go and compete and not win, and the student at secondary school level will be so touched that the student will go without food? We are capable of doing it, but we need to change our ways. We need to change our ways. Otherwise, we will continue to wish. We'll draw all the programs and continue to wish, but it will not appear. You see, magic doesn't exist in football. It doesn't. You have to work your way through. When we discover an exciting young player, do we build his profile, tell his story, connect him to the supporters, market his personality, and increase his value? Or we are simply waiting for the next foreign club to make an offer? We are asking ourselves, including me, the minister. We are asking the media, all of. Selling players is not the problem. I'm not here saying selling a player is the problem at all. Ghana, and I want to encourage it, that we must do more in that area. But the process should be identify, develop, play, market, increase value, transfer intelligently, and reinvest. This is what I wish we do. Too often, ours is identify. Yes, we do identification. Then we play. The next moment, we receive an offer. We sell, and we begin looking for another player. We have to add the other ones also. It is important, because football must not just survive, but it must develop. Because when it develops, look, the economy turns around. Those of you who were not with us during the World Cup and you were in Ghana, that short period, you saw what was happening in the country. So you can imagine if we can create a quarter of that atmosphere every midweek and weekend, how the economy will be stimulated. So I'm taking your time, but, well, I have to say it. Because this is Congress. I hardly get you together like this. And so once you have invited me, and thank God, today I didn't take up any other responsibility, and I'm here with my brothers and sisters, I would have to say it so that together, by the time we leave here, let's see what we can do. Let's see what pressure we can bring to bear also. I want you to challenge me. When I say me, I mean government also. To do what we must do to make sure things get done for the good of all of us. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I respectfully challenge our club owners. Many of you invest enormous personal resources into football, and government recognizes that sacrifice. But we must ask, what exactly are we building? A team or an institution? An institution builds assets, supporters, brand equity, academies, facilities, player contracts, data, digital audience, commercial partnerships, merchandise, history, and community relationships. If the only asset we are building is the next player we intend to sell, our clubs will remain financially fragile. They will be very, very, very fragile. We need to make sure we help develop the other facets so that even if there is no player to sell, the other units will be working to generate so much for us, and we will not be fragile. I don't want us to see a fragile football in maybe 5 years, 10 years' time. If we follow what it is we have identified, I believe we will get there. I believe strongly that we will get there. Government, working with the association and corporate partners, deliberately helped create an intervention that provided support to the Premier League clubs. We supported efforts around broadcasting and helped improve the championship reward from what it used to be to a higher level, though not yet fully delivered in terms of the prize money yet, with cash rewards that is expected to extend to virtually every participating club according to your position on the league table. These, I believe, were deliberate interventions because we believe that domestic football deserves investment. But we must ask ourselves, what did that support build? Did they build a commercial department, a supporters database, a system, a stronger player contracts, an academy, a club shop, digital ticketing, or better content production, or a new revenue stream? What did they build? This season, if we may have to do something, each club will have to be able to report what we are able to build to change. The other time, I witnessed a heavy criticism of myself and, by extension, the leadership of the FA, that we didn't ask for anything when we introduced support. But the people didn't know that what they were asking us to ask of you, the clubs, was asking for another load on a load that we thought was too heavy, for which we wanted to reduce it by bringing in that support. We didn't want to do that. The intention was to minimize the load. But in minimizing the load, we want to see you walk faster. And out of walking faster, we'll get to a point where we may even run and reach our destination much earlier, and we can choose to crawl, and things will be coming on its own. Ladies and gentlemen, that investment entered the club season, and the institution looks exactly the same at the end. Then what we did was that we financed the season and not transformation. Like I'm saying, we want to see every financial support that goes into the clubs as funding transformation, not a season. Government, together with the management, cannot continue to provide this kind of funding year after year if we don't see that level of what? Transformation. And the question must become, again, as I ask, for every cedi we help put into football, how much new value that football itself generates? Because I know, I've been to programs where I know that for every $1 that government invests, that research is there, into sports, it returns about $3.25. So it means if we invest $1 and we guide it appropriately, we will be getting about 2.3 in return as gross profit. So there is something good in investing in sports, especially football. So let's carry it through and let's begin to see that, so that next time we approach the corporates to come on board, we have something to demonstrate and to be able to invite them to. We can increase this add-on. Ladies and gentlemen, you need to help. We need to help. We complain that Ghanaians do not attend local football. But supporters do not owe football their money. No, they don't. Football earns their attention. So we must create that so that we earn. People will be willing to travel and follow you everywhere. They will plan. Mr. President will bear me witness. When we went to Kansas to play our round of 32 game against the Colombians, we engaged some of them. You know what? They said at the last World Cup, immediately it ended, they started saving towards the next World Cup. Wherever it will go, they will go. Do we have that kind of environment? We need to create it. It can't appear as magic. It has to be created. You, him, me, the camera people at the back there, the media, all of us would have to work in tandem to create that kind of atmosphere. It's not a one woman or one man's job. Our league is competing with the English Premier League, the Championship League, TikTok, streaming platforms, gaming, and every other form of entertainment available on the mobile phone. We are competing with all these platforms. So don't think you are alone. That is why you must do things to attract. Have you seen any butterfly move to any plant without flowers? or fruit. So you need to create something to attract them. They don't owe you. We actually have a responsibility towards them. So can we do the reverse osmosis and not behave like the normal osmosis? So once there's concentration here, you draw the weaker, you draw the water into where, no. We have to do reverse osmosis now. So for me, fan engagement cannot simply mean putting out a poster 2 days before a match and asking people to fill the stadium. No. These days, the competition is so much. Because he will choose to stay at home. And just press is something, and there are many channels. So if you want him there, you have to do something more. Please. Don't let me bore you. I have a lot more to say. Let me tell you. I have a lot more to say. How many clubs know exactly how many supporters they have? How many clubs know exactly how many supporters you have? Where they live? How many attended 5 matches the last season? How many are paid up members? How many are season ticket holders? And how many live abroad? What do they buy? What is their value to the club? Ladies and gentlemen, if we cannot measure our audience, how do we sell that audience to the sponsors? How do we sell that to the sponsor? If you want me to put something into, I attended another program also in UK. You know what? There's this car washing bay that sponsors a club. And anytime the club wins, it says the fans, the supporters, will come and wash their cars for free. And you are a fan of a club, and you get to know that this washing bay supports your club, and you go there after every victory to do that. The next time the club is not playing and you want to wash your car, you also go there, but this time you pay. So there are many ways they use to also make money for their sponsors, and their sponsors plowing back to support the clubs. But we need to have the data. You need to know where they are. Look, we the politicians, we know what category of supporters. If we want, you saw recently when one of our colleagues had issues, they entered somewhere and a young lady came and demonstrated very clearly. Because we know where to go. Clubs must know where to go to get their people also. Where they live, you must know them. It's important. It may cost you something today, but it is important. Anyway, we are, House and Kotoko, you used to have bases. And now we have lost those spaces to shops and the rest. But we need to create others under 3 club meeting, supporters meeting points. We've lost those spaces, but we need to create them. And gentlemen, our greatest untapped asset is sitting in the lower divisions. The 2s, the 3s. Many Division 2 and Division 3 clubs still possess genuine community connection. The players come from the community. Their parents, schoolmates, and friends are there. the coach is known. The local business know the club. That connection happens naturally. But are we sustaining it? There's one club. It entered the Premiership the last time. And the energy it generated in the community. Wow. But I don't know how we handled that, whether the energy was too much for the club or we failed to manage it and is disintegrated into thin air. This should not be happening to football. Maybe we failed the club. Maybe, I must admit. As minister, maybe we failed that club. Maybe as management, I don't know what we did behind the scene. Maybe seeing that energy, we should have approached to help and see how we can work to sustain it and turn it into a competition for another club around, and it becomes infectious. Maybe, I don't know whether this season we have some new entrants that will be generating a kind of energy around. We need to be watching so that intentionally we find a way of sustaining it and letting it become infectious. That's how political development has become infectious. That's why you see your MPs doing the same thing around. Because one person does it, the next constituent starts demanding that they want to see it, so you are forced to do. And then it becomes a national agenda. So I say this, so you allow yourself to also listen to management. No single person know it all. We would have to help each other. I'm speaking this because this is the second Congress that is happening, and as minister. So I've seen a few. Maybe if I'd come last year, I would just come and wish you well and go quietly. I know because I wasn't talking much sports in my past life. Little was known of me about sports. But well, leadership is what I'm supposed to offer. I believe we can make it. I see the faces here. I see the intentions of leadership, that we can make it. We can turn Ghana football around and we'll be greater than any nation on the continent and even beyond. We can do it. We can do it. We inherit community loyalty almost for free, and then we fail to preserve it. Why should somebody who attends 15 home matches receive the same treatment as someone who attended for the first time? You know, airlines reward loyalty, banks reward loyalty, telecommunications companies reward loyalty. Why should football, one of the most emotional products in Ghana, fail to reward loyalty? So you must have loyalty packages. There are some of you who fly business when you fly, and even sometimes before you get called, you see some persons being called in front of you, and you ask whether the flight you are going on, is there a first class, a side business, or they are going into the first class, only for you to get there and you see they are actually boarding economy. But they've been called, not because they are physically challenged, but they've been called because they have been flying that particular airline almost all their life, unless they are going through a route that airline doesn't go. So they pick them and reward them before you, a one-time flyer who is even flying business. And those persons end up promoting that airline, even though they are not flying first class or they are not flying business. So football, we must do same. Where are our club shops? If you want to buy something, even the clubs that are in Accra here, where are your shops? If you want to buy something, where do we go? Do we have the sites that people can buy? Your supporters abroad, they can buy, pay, and then you package it and send to them? Do we have that? If I become emotionally attached to your club today, what can I buy tomorrow? What can I buy of your club tomorrow? So if you don't have that, begin to think about that. A replica shirt, a child's jersey, a scarf, a retro shirt, a training wear, a signed product. Can I order online? Can a Ghanaian abroad buy and receive it? No. Our history must also become an asset. Some of our clubs have 50, 80, or more than 100 years of history. Where are the museums, trophy experiences, heritage stores, archival documentaries, and legends programs? History kept in a cupboard has cultural value. There's a cultural value to history that we keep in the cupboard. But history properly curated can also have commercial value. Ladies and gentlemen, content must now be treated as part of football infrastructure. Football clubs today are also media organizations. Training, player story, rivalries, statistics, supporters, academies, histories, behind-the-scenes assets should keep the supporter engaged throughout the week. And on this, I want to thank the FA president for something he introduced, behind-the-scenes documentary of some of our Black Stars players that was done and aired. That is beautiful for the senior national teams. But let's adapt same to our clubs. Let's adapt same to our clubs at the local level and do same. These days, we all have local TV stations. How are you taking advantage of them? If you are a club that is in Techima, there's Techiman TV, there's Sonyani TV, there's Tamale TV, there is this TV, local TV stations. Let's take advantage of them. As the families watch their players, their family members being shown, they get attracted and they want to come. Content creates attention. Attention creates audience. Audience creates commercial inventory. And commercial inventory attracts sponsors. Sponsorship creates resources for development. This same thinking must extend to Division 1, Division 2, Division 3, and even Coast football. The Premier League cannot become strong on top of a weak base. The base must also be ready to carry a strong premiership. That we must work together to achieve that. The higher we want Ghana football to rise, the deeper and stronger its foundation must become. Ladies and gentlemen, we also cannot speak about bringing supporters back into our stadiums without confronting hooliganism. Hooliganism, we have to confront it. This goes way beyond us, but we have a role, we have a responsibility. These days, many persons are exposed to all kinds of things. Yes, you create laws to stop the presence of many things at the stadium, but they have other things that they will inhale and do things that go way off. But we still have a role and responsibility to stop it so that parents can be willing to move with their families to come and watch a game, knowing that they will come and watch and return home safely. We have to confront it. The tragedy at Nswatre in February 2025, which resulted in the death of Asante Kotoko supporter Francis Nanayao Frimpong, popularly known as Nana Pole, should remain a permanent warning to all of us. The GFA subsequently imposed sanctions, initiated investigations, and introduced enhanced match day security measures in consultation with clubs, supporters, and security agencies. That response, I believe, was necessary and is very well commended. So stop discussing hooliganism as though it is always simply a problem of what? Supporters. There have been cases in our football where club officials and persons associated with clubs have attacked referees or contributed to confrontation around match venues. That is why responsibility must begin with club leadership. An official who confronts a referee publicly, enters the field aggressively, threatens match officials, or creates tension around a disputed decision can ignite an atmosphere that later becomes uncontrollable. You cannot condemn the supporter at the end of the confrontation while ignoring the behavior that helped create the confrontation. Club officials, technical teams, players, and supporters must at all understand that there are lines which cannot be crossed. Nobody should leave home to watch a football and fail to return home because of football. No, this should not happen. And this is not only a security matter. A parent who believes the stadium is unsafe will not bring the family. A sponsor will hesitate to put his brand around violence. A broadcaster does not want disorder to become the image of the competition. A referee who fears for his safety cannot officiate with confidence. So when we speak about fan engagement, we must also speak about fan protection and protection of match officials. There can be no revival of stadium attendance without confidence that our stadiums are safe. Ladies and gentlemen, our ambition for the Black Stars cannot be greater than our commitment to the system that produced the players. Our ambition for the Black Queens cannot be greater than our investment in girls' football and the Women's League. Government is proud of the progress in women's national team football, and we have deliberately increased support. But there remains enormous work to do. Success at the national team level must translate into stronger women's club, greater participation, more sponsorship, better coaching, improved welfare, and a stronger player pathway. The national team must be the top of the pyramid. And if the top is getting stronger, the base must grow with it. One of the biggest commercial assets, ladies and gentlemen, of any league is not a player, a sponsor, or even a stadium. It is the trust in the result. The FA itself has acknowledged the threat posed by match manipulation and betting. It has established integrity structures, trained referees and match commissioners on manipulation and betting risks, appointed integrity officers, and created channels for confidential reporting. More recently, the association has strengthened collaboration with the Criminal Investigations Department to deal with match manipulation, illegal betting, and hooliganism. These interventions are important, but we must ask the more difficult questions. Has all this produced a corresponding increase in confidence in our competitions? Because we continue to hear too many allegations and suspicions around match manipulations, betting-related influence, and questionable officiating. Whether every allegation is ultimately proven or not, the frequency with which these concerns arise should worry all of us. And we must separate two things, ladies and gentlemen. A referee can make honest mistake a referee can make. Football will always have difficult decisions, but where poor decision making becomes persistent, where clubs and supporters repeatedly leave matches questioning the competence or independence of officiating, confidence in the competition begins to erode. We do not currently have VAR in our domestic competition. That makes investment in competence, fitness, training, assessment, integrity, of course, of the referee even more important until we introduce VAR. Sometimes when we talk about this VAR, we also say, should it even be there? They sometimes use VAR to do things that you can't tell. But, well, it has also helped in some way. But you are the football people, continue to discuss it, and but let's reach a decision. Referees must be protected from intimidation, abuse, and violence. But protection must also come with accountability, continuous assessment, transparent performance management, and consequences where standards are consistently not met. A league whose results are constantly questioned becomes difficult to sell. Ladies and gentlemen, we must also think seriously about centers of excellence. One national center cannot develop all the talent in Ghana. Talent exists in every part of this country. Over time, we need functional regional or zonal development centers connecting school football, courts, academies, and regional competitions to a national high-performance system. They do not have to begin as expensive monuments. They must begin as functional development environments with quality pitches, qualified coaches, sports science, medical screening, video analysis, player data, and structured talent camps. And truly, we have a lot to do as sports people. When I was out there, when you say video analyst, I said, but video, you do wedding and you are watching video to try and listen. Why do you need somebody to be or need to be paid all kinds of things? Society not fully do not understand things that are happening around the game. So we need to continue to have that education constantly to help. As we rebuild football scientifically, we must also protect the athlete. With the establishment of the Ghana Anti-Doping Agency, there must now be a comprehensive collaboration with the Ghana Football Association, clubs, academies, national teams, coaches, and medical personnel. Anti-doping education must begin from courts, academies, and youth football, not when a player first reaches an international competition. Players must understand prohibited substances, supplement risks, medication, and testing responsibilities. We do not only want to develop better footballers, we must develop informed, healthy, and clean athletes. And now, government has another important instrument, the Ghana Sports Fund. Football will certainly benefit from the fund, but let me be clear, it cannot become another account from which we finance existing problems. It must build capacity. If we invest in coach football, we must see players developed. If we invest in coaching, we must see qualified coaches working. If we invest in facilities, they must be used. If we invest in clubs, we must see stronger institutions. If we invest in talent identification, we must be able to track the talent. And on this, let me announce that His Excellency the President, during his campaign, promised to build 6 mini stadia for the 6 new regions. I dare tell you that His Excellency has since reviewed that decision, and he is no more going to build the 6 mini stadiums. He is going to build 10. So the Western North region will have 1. Oti region will have 1. Ahafo will have 1. Bono East will have 1. Savannah will have 1. Northeast will have 1. These are the new regions. Upper East will have 1. Upper West will have 1. And then Volta region will have another 1, making 10. And this will have all other facilities in there, including gyms, for you to be able to utilize. The finance minister has issued commencement authorization, and we are going through the processes to get these contracts awarded, and they will move to site immediately. So when I say when the president said I have something to say, this is one of the things that I have to tell you. So we are creating better playing space for our footballers and other athletes to be able to perform. Government funding must help football grow and not simply help football to survive. I also commend the progress being made with sponsorship, but commercial growth at the top must strengthen development at the bottom. If sponsorship grows while schools football remains weak, something is wrong. If league revenues increase while the lower divisions remain starved of development resources, something is wrong. The money entering football must eventually be visible in the equality and quality of football coming out. Ladies and gentlemen, programs have been announced, competitions exist, workshops exist, projects exist, some are commendable, but football development must ultimately be judged by outcomes. Are our players improving? Are our clubs becoming stronger? Are supporters returning? Are revenue growing? Are our players becoming more valuable? Are our youth teams becoming competitive? Are our clubs stronger in Africa? Are we retaining talent longer? Are our women's league becoming stronger? Are our communities more connected to their clubs? Activity is not the same as impact, ladies and gentlemen. So Ghana football has a decision to make. Do we want to continue managing football from season to season, or do we want to build a football industry? A football industry develops talent, creates jobs, builds infrastructure, produce media and intellectual property, develop brands, generate commercial value, exports talent strategically, and creates opportunities for young people. That is the Ghana football economy we should be building. Government does not benefit when GFA fails, and GFA does not benefit when government fails. But partnership must allow truth. And the truth is that Ghana football, we can do better. We have spent too long expecting things to happen naturally. Talent development must be deliberate. Player transition must be deliberate. Fund development must be deliberate. Commercialization must be deliberate. Content must be deliberate. Women's football development must be deliberate. Infrastructure must be deliberate. Investment at the base must be deliberate. And accountability must be deliberate. So as Congress considers its budgets, programs, and the future of Ghana football, I leave you with these questions. What are we building? What are we developing? Who are we asking Ghanaians to come and watch? What value are we creating for the supporter? What did the money we invested last season from all of us, individually and collectively, actually built. And 5 years from today, what will be fundamentally different about Ghana football because of the decisions we make now? Those are questions government must answer. The GFA must answer. Club owners must answer. All of us entrusted with Ghana football must answer. The time for managing decline will have to end. The time for deliberate rebuilding must begin. And I want to say that I thank you so much, Mr. President, and the executives, the council, members of Congress, for inviting me from the bottom of your heart to come and join you for this Congress. I once again apologize for not being able to join you last year, but I know the year has been productive, but it is good to meet and review. It's to be able to build after identifying the areas that we did not succeed, but not to remain down because we failed. Let's work together. We are not in any competition. Sports and football rivalry is not, the intention is not to become negative and to draw us back. The intention of the rivalry is to turn it into a positive thing. If we don't, we may continue to decline. And nations that used to bow before us can now stand straight in our face and ask us to bow before them. We do not want that to happen. We have the men in leadership, we have the men in you, we have the talent, we have everything. His Excellency the President and the Vice President and government is equally ready. Are we taking advantage? Let's rally round. Let's use the platforms that have been provided for us to engage. I wish Congress well. May God bless us all. Thank you.
And that was the Minister for Sports and Recreation speaking at the Congress of the Ghana Football Association, the 32nd Ordinary Congress of the Ghana Football Association. Congress is still ongoing, and Sporty Breakfast has come to an end. Thank you very much for listening to Sporty Breakfast. But we'll continue with the live feed from the Ghanaman Soccer Center of Excellence. We'll be doing this until Congress ends. And so keep your dials locked on Sporty 106.1 FM in Accra, 102.5 in Takoradi, and 91.3 in Kumasi. As we speak now, the President of the Ghana Football Association has taken the floor. Let's continue with our coverage from the Ghanaman Soccer Center of Excellence.
Trying to do overtime. True or false? True or false? What he has done today is to push our adrenaline levels a notch higher than before. What he has done today is to ask all of us to join hands in the development of football. What he has done today is to ask all of us to do more than we have ever done, so that together we can build an industry that all of us will be proud of. Honorable Minister Akpe, thank you very much. So on the back of that amazing speech by the Minister of Sports, can I, with your permission, invite the President of the Football Association to also have a stand. Item number 7. Thank you. So, having listened to that amazing, thought-provoking speech by the sector minister, I'm tempted not to speak. anymore, because his words just re-echoes what we share together as a family. The demands he's made of us today are the demands we've shared over time, and his words should go a long way in giving us that extra energy. Perhaps what he failed to tell all of us is that he'll push to give football more money. Is that not what you want? Is that not what we want? Please, can we clap for him? You do it. Vice President of our dear Football Association, our honorable, affable, hardworking sector minister, Honorable Kofi Idi Adams, members of the executive committee here and present, my general secretary, staff of our dear Football Association, our legends here and present. I can see in a long while Alhaji Ibrahim Sunday. I can see Golden Boy Abdul Razak. I can see the man who took us to the first Mundial in 2006, El Capitano Stephen Appiah. Please, can we do it much better? I can see the former Chief Justice, Justice Enim Yeboah. Thank you for coming. I can see our two former General Secretaries, Mr. Kofi Insia and Mr. Emmanuel Jima. I can see the Executive Director for the West Africa Football Union, Mr. Philip. Thank you for coming. Na Adofole Nolte, thank you for coming. Can we give it to her, please? The Chairman for our domestic competitions, Dr. Tony Obin, thank you for coming. The former Deputy General Secretary of the Confederation of African Football, Mr. Tony Bafo, thank you for coming, representing our ex-players. I can also see here the former Vice President of our Football Association, Mr. Fred Papo, thank you for coming. The Chairman of the Ghana League Clubs Association is also here, Mr. John Kofi Ansan, thank you for coming. Hey, the women are also represented. Our former player, our former captain, the legendary Adjoa Bayo, thank you for coming. The Deputy Director of the NSA of the NSA, Mr. Gideon Hammond, representing the Director General, thank you for coming. Mr. Bernard Mona, thank you for coming. I can see you. Give me a wave. Thank you. Members of our Congress from the Premier League, from the Division 1 League, from the Women's Premier League, our Regional Football Association offices led by the chairman and the executives here and present, and colleagues from the media here and present, and everybody, either in this hall or out of this hall, and joining us live for this all-important gathering. I say you are welcome to the 32nd General Assembly or Congress of our Football Association. And in saying this, let me also welcome all our partners, our investors, our sponsors who believe in my leadership, who believe in the leadership of the ESCO, and who believe in you and what you offer. Thank you for coming. It was supposed to be a good morning speech, but it is now a good afternoon speech. Is it still morning? Okay, thank you. It's even much better. So, good morning, and indeed, with a profound honor, great humility, and a deep sense of responsibility that I warmly welcome you all to the 32nd Ordinary Congress of the Football Association here in the home of football in Pram Pram. We call here the Ghanaman Soccer Center of Excellence. Congress, like we all know, occupies a unique place within our football association. As enshrined in our statutes, it is the supreme decision-making body of the Football Association where the collective wisdom of our members shapes the direction, governance, and future of our game. Today, we are assembled not merely to fulfill a constitutional obligation, but to reaffirm our shared commitment to strengthening the foundations of Ghana football through unity, through accountability, through transparency, and of course, purposeful leadership. This gathering also offers us the opportunity to reflect honestly on our journey over the past 12 months, celebrating our achievements, acknowledging our challenges, and renewing our determination to move Ghana football to even greater heights. While the road has not always been without obstacles, our resolve has remained steadfast. Through discipline, collaboration, resilience, and an unwavering belief in our vision, we have continued to make meaningful progress across every facet of our game. From grassroots football to the professional leagues, from the successes and development of our national teams to the nurturing of young talents, and from enhancing refereeing standards to expanding football infrastructure, and from strengthening governance to protecting the integrity of our competitions. The Football Association has remained firmly committed to its core mandate of developing, promoting, and safeguarding football for the benefit of every Ghanaian. Indeed, today, our core focus will be in investing in domestic football for a brighter future for Ghana. Investing in domestic football for a brighter future for Ghana. Congressmen and women, as we look to the future with the confidence and renewed optimism, it's only fitting that we first pause to honor the memory of some of our cherished colleagues who were called to eternal rest during the year under review. Their service to Ghana football remains an enduring source of inspiration, and their legacy continues to guide our collective efforts. Congressmen and women, I therefore invite you to humbly join me in paying our deepest respect and solemn tribute to the memory of our departed heroes of our game. We remember them with profound gratitude, admiration, and appreciation for the indelible mark they left in our game. We remember them with profound gratitude, administration, and appreciation for the indelible mark, like I said, they have left on our game. Can we rise to our feet, please? We remember our brother Emmanuel Awulekwe Senior, the former captain of the Black Stars and captain of the 1978 AFCON winning squad. We also remember Peter Lamte, former Ghana, former Hearts of Oak, former Great Olympics legend. We also remember Chairman E.K. Edu of Kumasi Asante Kotoko. We remember George Blay of the Black Stars fame, Dominic Frimpong, former Ediana FC, former Brekum Chelsea star, Stephen Kwame Darkon, former goalkeeper Namoro FC, David Agunde, former goalkeeper Police FC, University of Cape Coast, Sylvester Ne Sabankwe, of Accra Hearts of Oak and Black Stars fame, Mr. Daniel Ano Walker, formerly of Accra Great Olympics and the Black Galaxies, Jonas Okojani, former administrator, Accra Hearts of Oak, Stephen Saforo, former staff, Transport Department of the Football Association, Fuseni Adama, driver from our Central Region Office, and many others. May their soul and the souls of all the faithfuls departed rest in perfect peace. Amen. Thank you. As I read through the list, I also saw one legend of our game who touched many hearts. And today, he is present here with us, Professor Mohammed Ahmed Polo. Can we give it to him, please?
This is Sporty FM, the voice of sport.
So to these gallant men and to all former leaders and staff of our dear Football Association who have contributed to the growth and integrity of our beloved sport, we express our heartfelt appreciation. Their dedication, their passion, and sacrifices have paved the way for the progress we have made today, or we celebrate today. In no particular order, we pay respect to the following leaders of our Football Association. Mr. Ohinijan, H.P. Nyamite, Fredo Mensah, Henry Jabba, General Kote, Brew Graves, George Lamte, Major Isiama, Mr. Abuaje, Mr. Sam Autry, S.K. Menu, Zach Bentum, Akayensu, L.T.K. Caesar, E.O. Tay, Samuel Autry, Iwa Nyamite, Nana Sambro Butler, Alaji MND Jaola, Ben Kofi, Dr. Nyaho Tamaklo, Mr. Kwesi Nyantechi, and Dr. Kofi Amwa for their sacrifices and devoted services to Ghana football. We say Ayiko. And to my ESCO, to the staff of the FA at all our locations of work, i.e. the headquarters in Accra, here in Pram Pram, the technical hub at airports, and in the 10 regional offices. We say thank you for your hard work. Congressmen and women, Mr. Vice President, Honorable Minister of Sports, I would also like to take a moment to acknowledge and warmly welcome our football legends, like I said, who have joined us here today. I've already mentioned Tony Bafo, Ibrahim Sunday, Mohammed Polo, Abdul Razak, the Golden Boy, Stephen Appiah, and all legends of the game, including Ajwa Bayo. Thank you for coming. Over the past 12 months, congressmen and women, we have remained steadfast in our commitment to the principles of good governance, transparency, accountability, and integrity. These values have not merely guided our administration, they have become a foundation upon which we continue to build a stronger, more credible, and more respected football association post-2018. I'm pleased to report to the 32nd Congress that our unwavering dedication to these principles have earned the confidence and administration of both the Confederation of African Football and FIFA today. Ghana enjoys enhanced credibility on the continental and indeed at the global stage, with our governance reforms and commitment to excellence increasingly recognized as a model worthy of emulation. The next 12 months present all of us with an important opportunity to build on this momentum. It is a time to deepen the reforms we have begun, consolidate the gains we have made, and accelerate our efforts to transform every facet of our game. In the year under review, some of our clubs and our national teams proudly carried the Ghanaian flag onto the continental stage. We duly acknowledge their efforts and commitment in this perspective. We do recognize Bibiani Gold Stars, who represented Ghana in the Champions League for the first time in the club history, making a significant milestone in their remarkable rise. We say, Ayeko. Krobia Kumasi Asante Kotoko also competed in the Confederation of African Football. The Black Damsels, our national U15 girls team, defended their trophy and became African schools champions. The Black Maidens, the U17 girls team, returned back onto the international stage and have qualified to the 2026 FIFA U17 Women's World Cup. The Black Princesses, which is the girls U20 national team, have also qualified for the 2026 FIFA Women's World Cup. The Black Queens made back-to-back qualification to the AFCON, exited the 2026 edition at the quarterfinal stage, but have kept their position in line for qualification to the next World Cup in 2026. The Black Starlets returned to the African stage but exited at the quarterfinal stage. Mediama Sporting Club became or emerged champions of the GPL for the 2025-2026 football season. Apemdakwa ladies also won the Malta Guinness Women's Premier League. Can we give them a round of applause, please? Indeed, in clapping, we must also clap for Nations Football Club for emerging as champions of the MTN FA Cup. DBB Football Club, Ashanti Gold 04, Port City also qualified to the Ghana Premier League. From the regional leagues, congressmen and women, we also had 10 clubs qualifying from the second division to join the first division league. And we also had clubs also qualifying from the women's Division 1 to the Women's Premier League. Together, we are grateful for your hard work, and we say, Ayeko. Strengthening our domestic competitions. Distinguished, I am pleased to report that for the 7th consecutive season, the Football Association has successfully organized all our domestic competitions, both regular season and off-season, without any major disruptions. This reflects the resilience of our football ecosystem, the dedication of our clubs, match officials, administrators, security agencies, sponsors, partners, and every stakeholder whose commitment has ensured the smooth delivery of our football calendar. We have also strengthened our match day protocols to improve safety, organization, and overall experience for the players, officials, and our supporters. Our successful coordination of live television broadcasts has increased the visibility and appeal of our domestic competitions, bringing Ghana football much closer to the fans across the country and beyond. Now, when we listened to our sector minister, he spoke about the new era of investment in the domestic game. Don't forget that this year, our concentration is investment and investment and investment in the domestic game. Distinguished congressmen and women, one of the defining milestones of the period under review has been the unprecedented level of financial investment made in our domestic game on all fronts, from coast level to regional Division 1, to Women's Premier League, to National Division 1, to the GPL, and the list goes on and on and on. For the first time in the history of the Ghanaian game, we secured and delivered a transformational package of financial support backed by the support of government for our clubs in the Premier League, an achievement that truly reflects our unwavering commitment to strengthening the foundations of football. Through our landmark partnership with Adisa Productions, each of the 18 Premier League clubs received $1 million Ghana cedis before the start of the 2025-2026 football season. This was a bold statement of intent to empower our clubs, improve their financial stability, and create the conditions for necessary growth and competitiveness. Our commitment to rewarding excellence has been equally historic. In fulfillment of our pledge, the champions of the 2025-2026 Ghana Premier League will receive a record 2 million Ghana cedis in prize money. The runners-up will receive 1 million Ghana cedis, the third place club 800,000 cedis, and the fourth place club will take home 750,000 Ghana cedis. This year, for the season beginning 2026-2027, each of the GPL clubs would receive 1 million Ghana cedis each again. I don't think I felt the energy. Or perhaps I should just withdraw the offer. The winner of the GPL will take home 3 million Ghana cedis this year. Total, we're going to pay 9.5 million in prize money for the just ended GPL season. Our partnership with Adesa Limited has ushered in a new era for football broadcasting in Ghana, enhancing the production quality, reach, and visibility of our competitions. Although there remains scope for further innovation and improvement, the progress achieved so far has been remarkable and provides a solid foundation for the continued growth of our football. 9.5 million will be paid. And perhaps if you didn't hear, 1 million Ghana cedis each to the 18 clubs. During the 2025-26 GPL season, a total of 186 games were produced and broadcast across multiple platforms to audiences in Ghana and around the world. This included 75 live games and 111 non-live games. The Women's Premier League and the Division 1 League has also benefited from enhanced media coverage, providing great exposure for our clubs, our players, and our match officials. Indeed, through our partnership with AFA TV, a total of 77 games were produced and broadcast live during the just ended season for our Division 1 League. And for our Women's Premier League, from the second round, we did 6 live games. Indeed, that tells all of us that we need to do more to enhance the visibility of our Women's Premier League.
This is Sporty FM.
I'm going to talk about our relationship with corporate Ghana. I am pleased to report to Congress that corporate Ghana continue to demonstrate unwavering confidence in our vision for the development of our domestic game. The growing commitment of the corporate community is a strong endorsement of the progress we have made and a clear indication that our competitions continue to offer credible and attractive platform for strategic partnerships and long-term investment. As part of this growing confidence, the Football Association has entered into a 3-year partnership with Kivo Ghana to support the development of Coles football. Through this collaboration, Kivo Ghana, together with JLab, will serve as joint title sponsors of the revived U17 Boys Interclub Coles Championship, reaffirming our collective commitment to strengthening the grassroots foundation of Ghana football and creating more competitive opportunities for our young talents. Congressmen and women, I'm equally delighted to announce that Go Foods Ghana has become the headline sponsor of the Women's Premier League. And this will be for the next 2 consecutive years. This landmark partnership represents another significant milestone in the continued growth of women's football in Ghana. My friends, my family members here in Guarded, I'm also pleased to announce that KFC, your KFC, has joined the exciting journey as the official meal sponsor of the Women's Premier League. The commercial appeal and professional image of women's football in our country. Where are the women? More money. More money. More chicken. Thank you. At the Division 1 level, X1 has signed on as a headline sponsor of the Division 1 League Super Cup for the next 4 years, providing a major boost to one of the newest competitions whilst rewarding excellence amongst our Division 1 League clubs. Congressmen and women, I'm also super excited to report to Congress that we have again secured a 2-year extension of our successful partnership with KGL, which will continue as a headline sponsor of the KGL U17 Coast Interregional Championship. I'm sure you're tired clapping, but you shouldn't be tired of good stories. Congressmen and women, are you ready for more? I am particularly excited also to announce that Universal Merchant Bank has become the new headline sponsor of our National Division 1 League. So UMB will be the headline sponsor for the National Division 1 League for the next 3 consecutive seasons. On behalf of the Football Association, to express our sincere gratitude to Access Bank for its invaluable support and partnership over the years, which contributed immensely to the growth and stability of our DOL. As one valued partner exit, we warmly welcome UMB into the Ghana football family, and we look forward to a fruitful and enduring relationship. Where are the staff of UMB here? Are they here? Okay, they've gone out. Now, beyond its sponsorship of the Division 1 League, UMB will also partner the Football Association to launch the maiden U19 Boys Premier League, and this will be a pilot for the Greater Accra region for this year. All these policies and partnerships fits into our already announced policy that we call Power to the Youth policy, investing in the very foundation of our sport to make sure that we are able to produce more Ibrahim Sundays, more Stephen Appiers, and more Golden Boys, and more Mohamed Polos, and more Ketu Krakus. Can we give it to them, please? These investments, these announced partnerships, indeed reflect the growing confidence that corporate Ghana has in the Football Association's vision and strategic direction. Again, we're talking about domestic football. And like I've said, this year and for the next 12 months, our emphasis will be on continuous investment in our domestic game to make sure that we fix the fundamentals of our football, to make sure that we lay a solid foundation for our football. And this goes in tune with what our sector minister spoke about. Now, as we usher in a new era of excellence, and with the valued support of our new partner, Jack Motors, we are delighted to unveil an unprecedented reward package for the upcoming season, which is 2026-2027 football season. one that embodies our unwavering commitment to recognizing excellence, celebrating achievements, and inspiring greatness across the Ghanaian football space. Now, the 2026-2027 GPL champions, apart from the prize money that I've already announced, will drive away with a brand new jack vehicle valued at $33,000 US. So you're getting 1 million Ghana cedis for your season. If you become the champion, you will take home 3 million Ghana cedis plus a brand new, and I'm saying brand new, okay, jack vehicle valued at $33,000 US. Now, for the WPL champions, you would also receive a brand new jack vehicle valued at $29,000 US. The best player in the 2026 Ghana's Premier League and in the GPL will also receive a cash prize of $5,000. And now listen to this. The best domestic player in the Black Stars would receive a brand new jack vehicle valued at $38,000 US. Mr. Minister of Sport, who does that award go to? Who does it go to? Who does it go to? Benji Asari. A new vehicle for him. So Benji, in the next few days, will drive home a brand new tier rubber vehicle from Jack Motors valued at $38,000 US. This should encourage everybody, all players in our domestic league, to aspire to greater heights. When you do well, your efforts will be recognized by this family that is gathered here. So Benjamin Asari, I'm sure he's listening, a brand new vehicle valued at $38,000 US. I have seen the vehicle. I was in the showroom, I tested it, and you'll love it. A bit about our national teams. Our national teams remain a work in progress. While we celebrate encouraging achievements, we also recognize the challenges that lie ahead of us. Our focus remains firmly on building competitive national teams capable of restoring Ghana's proud football legacy on both continental and global stage. The Black Stars demonstrated resilience and promise at the 2026 World Cup in the US, in Canada, and in Mexico, advancing to the second round after a commendable performance against some of the world's strongest teams before going out to Colombia. Although we had hoped to progress further, the tournament provided encouraging signs that the team is moving in the right direction. From being the least ranked team before the World Cup to the 24th ranked team at the end speaks volumes of the promise in this team. Congressmen and women, I want to speak a bit about Division 1 football. The Football Association remains deeply committed to the growth of the 2026 World Cup in the US, in Canada, and in Mexico, advancing to the second round after a commendable performance against some of the world's strongest teams before going out to Colombia. Although we had hoped to progress further, the tournament provided encouraging signs that the team is moving in the right direction. From being the least ranked team before the World Cup to the 24th ranked team at the end speaks volumes of the promise in this team. congressmen and women, I want to speak a bit about Division 1 football. The Football Association remains deeply committed to the growth and development of our Division 1 league. In line with this commitment, we will continue means that the FA paid in total 3,747,407 Ghana cedis in respect to referee fees on behalf of our 48 clubs.
Passion everywhere you want to be.
Why wait for full-time when Football.com can pay you early? It's called Early Wins, and it keeps getting better. Double chance, one up. Your team takes a one-goal lead at any point, your bet is settled instantly. They never lead, a draw at full-time, you still win. 2 ways to collect from one bet. And with 2 up, if your team goes 2 goals ahead, you're paid right there. Match still going on, it doesn't matter.
Again, for venue media officers, the FA paid a total of 900,000 Ghana cedis to venue media officers for and on behalf of Division 1 clubs. What again did we do? We also paid a total of 5,077,000 Ghana cedis in respect of the 30 pairs of boots to each of the 48 Division 1 clubs that competed in our league. Again, for the footballs that each of the 48 clubs received, the FA paid for and on your behalf 792,000 Ghana cedis. We will also continue with the support from Melcom, the Goyle Fuel support, and the direct cash incentive of 120,000 Ghana cedis. This is what we paid for and on behalf of our Division 1 clubs. This year, we will repeat the same amount of support. What is exciting is that this year, if you win the Division 1 league, you will take home 200,000 Ghana cedis in prize money. Division 1. In the just ended season, the winner will take home 70,000. The winner will take home 200,000 Ghana cedis per zone. Investing in domestic football for our future. The Women's Premier League will also continue to receive support from the FA. We would repeat the support we offered Women Premier League clubs in the just ended season. Just to recap, we paid all your referee fees, which amounted to 1,050,000 Ghana cedis. We paid all your match commissioners' fees, which amounted to 241,040 Ghana cedis. We paid all your media officers' fees, amounting to 900,000 Ghana cedis. We paid for the 30 booths to each of the 20 clubs, which amounted to 2,115,420 Ghana cedis. We also paid for the 30 footballs for the 20 clubs, which amounted to 330,000 Ghana cedis. The support from Melcom, the support from Goyle, and the direct cash payment of 100,000 Ghana cedis would again be repeated this year. There's one story that excites me most. And I'm very sure that all of us share in the same excitement. This morning, when you drove through into this center, I'm sure you were happy. Were you happy? Yes. I'm sure you are happy that today we can say we own this land because we have completed documentations for this land. I am sure, because we all know that the FA, the Ministry of Sport, was supposed to own 100 acres of land in this area. Over the years, we lost some of the land. But your leadership took steps. Today, we have 64.25 acres, and the entire land has been walled. I'm sure when we have the break, you can walk around and see how beautiful the edifice looks like now. The entire space is secured. Now we have ticked all the right boxes in terms of safeguarding. This is very key to further investments, and further investments will take place in this space. Just behind here, you will see another version of this hall being built on top of the gym. The 2 natural grass pitches is ongoing. We have successfully completed all the, shall I say, stumbling blocks, administrative processes regarding our 40-bed accommodation property, and we are now ready to start, or we are ready to award a contract for the construction to start. So after a prolonged period of litigation over the land here in Pram Pram, the FA has finally secured the property. The FA has successfully fenced the entire 64.25 acre land, ensuring that the full boundaries of the center are properly secured. A new main entrance has been constructed to enhance access to the facility. And indeed, like I said, administrative processes for the construction of the 40-bed accommodation facility at the Ghanaman Soccer Center of Excellence has been concluded. The project forms part of the GFA's commitment to strengthening football infrastructure and supporting youth development in our country. Construction work is now set to begin. The project is named Qatar 2022 Courtyard. Qatar 2022 Courtyard. And this is being financed through the proceeds from Ghana's participation at the FIFA World Cup in Qatar 2022 and complemented by GFA's internally generated funds. Once completed, the facility will provide quality accommodation for the national teams, technical staff, and participants in the association's various developmental programs. As many of you have already witnessed, the FA has completed the construction of the block wall around the entire property, effectively safeguarding the land against encroachment and preserving it for its intended purpose. Considering the numerous challenges and protracted issues that have confronted the FA over the land over the years, this achievement is the fulfillment of one of the objectives for this administration, but for every stakeholder in Ghana football who has long desired to see the technical center secured for posterity. With ownership now fully secured and regularized and the property adequately protected, we can confidently press ahead with our vision for the technical center. Over the past few years, congressmen and women, the Football Association has successfully implemented a comprehensive budget which has significantly enhanced transportation support across our football space. Through this initiative, 13 buses have already been distributed to women Premier League clubs and Division 1 League clubs, providing beneficiaries with reliable and efficient transport for our football activities. Building on this success, the Football Association, through the FIFA Forward program, recently also presented 5 vehicles to the Greater Accra and Northern Region Associations, as well as key operational departments of the Football Association. As part of our Enhanced Merit Awards program, the Football Association will today distribute 5 additional buses to deserving clubs in recognition of excellence and outstanding performances during the 2024-2025 football season. The clubs or the beneficiaries are Real Tamale United, Rose Park FC, Port City FC, Police Ladies, and Dreams Ladies. Ayeko. The FA successfully also recruited 3 regional scouts to support the Technical Directorate in expanding and enhancing our nationwide scouting network. To further reinforce our elite player development pathway, we recruited 10 technical personnel, including coaches, goalkeepers coaches, and physiotherapists, to support the operations of our elite football academies at Prempeh College in Kumasi and Achimota Senior High School in Accra. Congressmen and women, I want to talk about welfare. Beyond the many reforms and interventions we have introduced over the years, including the implementation of the Standard Player Agreement to strengthen the rights, protection, and welfare of players, we believe we must also honor those who laid the foundation for the success of our national teams.
The voice of sport.
It is in this spirit that I'm pleased to announce a new GFA Foundation Player Welfare Initiative, under which the FA will commit $50,000 a year over the next 4 years to support the healthcare needs of our former national stars. I think I need to repeat this because this is so important to me.
Sport FM.
And I think it's so important to all of us. It's so important for us not only to think about the welfare of the people who made.
Why wait for full time when football.com can pay you early? It's called Early Wins, and it keeps getting better. Double chance, 1-up. Your team takes a 1-goal lead at any point, your bet is settled instantly. They never lead, a draw at full time.
If we are determined to secure the future of Ghana football, then our greatest investment must be in our children. Like I said, we will launch the cold season in September. Today, we speak about 859 registered coast clubs that are actively nurturing the next generation of footballers across all 10 football regions. And through structured for U13, U15, and U17 boys, as well as U15 and U17 girls, we are ensuring that every talented child has the opportunity to learn, compete, and to dream. But talent cannot flourish without investment. That is why the Football Association has made one of the most important commitments to grassroots football in our history. For the 3rd consecutive year, we will invest $100,000 in the procurement and nationwide distribution of footballs to coast clubs across the country. Recognizing that great players are shaped by great coaches, we have also invested 1.8 million Ghana cedis over the past 2 seasons to train 600 coast coaches through the GFA-founded CAF License D coaching program, while continuing to provide training for scouts, referees, administrators, and other key stakeholders who support youth football in our country. We will continue to provide free player registration and digital license for up to 90 players per coast club, easing the financial burden on clubs and allowing them to focus on other matters that hinder their. We are equally proud of our deep partnership with KGL Foundation and our newest partner in Kivo and J-Lab, whose support continues to strengthen the foundation of youth football in our country. Building on this commitment to youth football development is the introduction, obviously, like I said earlier, the Kivo JBL U17 Interclub Champions League for the 2026-2027 football season. Now, to strengthen girls' football, we have invested 800,000 Ghana cedis to support regional football associations in organizing elite U15 Girls Coast League. This will be repeated this year. We also recognize the future of our game, or we also recognize that the future of our game depends on the next generation of match officials. Through our ever-popular Academy Young
This is
Refereeing
Sporty
program,
FM, the
we have
voice of
committed
sport.
1.5 million cedis over 5 years for educational support and allowances alongside our annual investment in uniforms and logistics to prepare young referees for the highest level of the game. Congressmen and women, let me also announce that the GPL season is finished, and I'm proud to say that we have paid up all referee fees in respect to the GPL.
Sporty FM.
Like I said, given the clear developmental pathway that we have established for juvenile football in our country, we will continue with the various competitions that we have introduced, and that would include the District Girls and Boys U15, District Girls and Boys U17 festivals, the KGL Under-17 National Championship, the Kivu J-Lab Under-17 Interclub, the MTN-sponsored U19 Boys Tournament, and of course, the UMB U19 Premier League. It is very clear that we are placing a lot of emphasis on where it matters most, juvenile football. And to prove our commitment, we have started disbursing our promised cash incentives to all regional champions across the 10 football regions. We have indeed paid 10,000 Ghana cedis to each of our 10 co-champions across the country. And in the next few days, they would also receive the set of jersey and 10 footballs each as promised during our last Congress here. Again, we would also pay same figures, same support to champions of our women Division 1 leagues across the country. Congressmen and women, Vice President of the Football Association, Honorable Sector Minister, the GFA Elite Football Academy continues to make remarkable progress as one of our flagship initiatives for developing the next generation of Ghanaian football talents. The Academy remains a shining example of our commitment to combining elite football development with quality education. I'm delighted to report that the project continues to grow steadily with increased investment in player development, coach education, and player welfare across the northern, middle, and the southern belt. A significant milestone has been reached in the northern belt, where the first cohort of academy players have successfully completed the West African Senior School Certificate Examination, and they are set to graduate. The football academies at Bolgatanga High School, Prempeh College in Kumasi, and Achimota School here in the south continue to make significant strides, with the enrollment rising to 188 talented boys and girls. Perhaps most encouraging is the growing impact of the academy on our national teams. Congressmen and women, I'm proud to announce that 11 players from the GFA Elite Football Academy are currently members of the National U17 team, and this is a clear testament to the quality of the talent identification and player development program that we are currently undertaking. I will want to speak about strengthening media or club media capacity. As part of our unwavering commitment to modernizing football administration, enhancing media operations, and improving the visibility of competitions, the Executive Council has approved a landmark media and digital support package for our clubs and our RFAs. The strategic investment is designed to equip our clubs and RFAs with the tools required to improve content creation, match analysis, digital communication, and fan engagement while strengthening the overall professionalism of the Ghanaian game. Accordingly, the Football Association would provide VEO cameras, that is VEO cameras for all the 18 GPL clubs, 20 Women Premier League clubs, 48 DOL clubs, and the 10 regional football associations. This will help all of you to support performance analysis, talent development, coaching, and match recording. Furthermore, laptop computers will be given for every GPL club, WPL club, Division 1 League club, as well as the RFAs to strengthen media operations, digital administration, and information technology. I am sure when you listen to this speech and just draw a small line towards my right, it fits clearly into what the minister spoke about. It only informs all of us that all of us want football to be developed, and all of us are committed towards contributing our quota towards the development of our football. Now, furthermore, we will also support our GPL clubs, 20 GPL, 18 GPL clubs, 20 WPL clubs, and 48 Division 1 League clubs with professional still cameras, together with the RFAs to enhance photography, storytelling, branding, and digital content production. I always say that if we, club people, if we don't tell our story, if we don't tell our stories, nobody will tell our stories. If we don't market our players, if we don't create stardom, nobody will do it for us. Remember the speech by the sector minister. So this is a direct answer to his questions, his concerns. We will support you in creating stars, in telling our stories. But we will not only support you, we will equip you with the right knowledge levels to handle these equipments, so that these equipments will last, shall I say for life, will last for long. Few months ago, some good story to be told. Ghana participated in the CAF African Schools Football Championship. We remember our U15 girls and boys. And one of the enduring legacies of our success in the CAF African Schools Football Championship is the opportunity to transform sporting excellence into lasting infrastructure that will benefit future generations. Now, what am I talking about? Through the outstanding performances of our boys, and particularly the girls U15 teams, Ghana has accumulated a total of $1,710,000 US. In prize money under the CAF Mosepe Foundation Legacy Program. In keeping with the vision of the initiative, these funds are being invested or be invested in sustainable football, education, community infrastructure projects that will create opportunities for young people across the country. Now, the Football Association is currently pursuing 3 major legacy projects in collaboration with the Confederation of African Football. The first is the construction of the state-of-the-art football pitch at the Police Depot Basic School in Tesano, Accra. Following a successful site inspection by the CAF appointed consultant, the project is progressing steadily through the final approval process, pending the submission of the required land documentation by the Ghana Police Service. Let me be quick to add that that has been done as at yesterday. So soon we will see work start. The second project under this CAF Legacies project scheme will be the construction of 2 modern dormitory facilities at our technical center at Bolgatanga in the Upper East region.
This is Sporty FM, the
Now,
voice
when
of
this is
sports.
done, it will ease off the traffic here in Pram Pram, because we'll then be in the position to send some of our youth national teams to camp in the Upper East. Don't forget, in that facility, we have the best football pitch in Ghana. True or false? The third project, congressmen and women, is the development of an Astro football pitch, an AstroTurf pitch here in Pram Pram. You're not happy about that? Okay. So you can see clearly that we're making progress through the efforts of our U15 boys and girls. Ghana has earned money. I have declared the money here. And that money will be invested in 3 legacy projects in the Upper East region. Compete. This year, we would also launch what we call the President's Pitch Construction Initiative. And here, I hope you would listen attentively, working with DRIP, NADMO, traditional authorities, our RFAs, district assemblies. We will be constructing football pitches across all the 10 football regions for our coast clubs. We already know that the football space has become very, very competitive, and talents are being scouted everywhere. We will be aggressive domestically in scouting for talents, but equally, we will not leave our brothers and sisters who were born in the diaspora out of this strategy. A few weeks ago, we launched the Ghana Diaspora Football Scouting Strategy in the UK, and we intend
This
to repeat
is Sporty FM,
that
the
same
voice
strategy
of sports.
this year in the UK, and that will be followed up with another one in North America and in Central Europe. We want really, really to catch them young. At the start of the 2025-2026 football season, we announced an insurance package for all 280 referees who officiate in our top flight football. What we did also promise
Sporty FM.
is that beginning the 2026-2027 football season, our match commissioners would also be insured. This year, it will take place. All our match commissioners would also be insured. I am encouraged to note that incidents of hooliganism at our match venues have declined significantly. This positive trend reflects the collective efforts of the Football Association, our security agencies, our clubs, our supporters, and all stakeholders who have embraced our call to make our football safer and more welcoming for everybody. However, we cannot overlook the disturbing instances of physical and verbal abuse directed at our referees by some players, club officials, and supporters. Such conduct is wholly unacceptable and has no place in our game. Referees are indispensable custodians of football, and they deserve to officiate in an environment that guarantees their safety, their dignity, and their respect. We will continue to contribute to the payment of referee fees at the regional level. 2 seasons ago, we started a policy of contributing a minimum of 300,000 Ghana cedis towards the payment of referees at the regional level, and this policy will continue. War against illegal betting. The global surge in sports betting has unfortunately exposed our game to the threat of match manipulation and illegal syndicates. And indeed, Ghana is not immune. However, the GFA has taken a bold step. For the upton time, no betting company has been licensed by the FA to place odds on domestic games. Let me repeat for the 12th time, or for the 15th time, no betting company is allowed to take odds or bets on our domestic games. And currently, we are working with all our security agencies to ensure that we weed these cankers from domestic football. Mandatory pre- and post-match press conferences will continue to be enforced across the Ghana Premier League, the Division 1 League, and the Women's Premier League. We've already spoken about the role of Bet Power and their contribution towards the locker room bonuses, and this will continue as the season starts. We've already, Mr. Vice President, announced the kickstart dates for our Premier League, our Division 1 League, and our Women's Premier League, which will be sponsored by UMB. Partnership with government. Congressmen and women, the strong partnership between the Football Association and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Sports and Recreation has become a vital pillar in our efforts to transform and advance Ghana football.
This is Sporty
On behalf
FM,
of the Executive
the voice
Council
of sport.
and the entire football family, I extend our sincere appreciation to the Honorable Minister for Sports and Recreation, Honorable Kofi Idi Adams, for his steadfast support, constructive engagement, and unwavering commitment to the development of football. Mr. Adams' collaborative leadership, accessibility, and dedication have strengthened the partnership between government and the Football Association, enabling us to pursue our shared vision with renewed confidence and purpose. We value this enduring relationship and look forward to deepening our collaboration as we continue to build a stronger, more united, and globally competitive Ghana football. Honorable Minister, Yedawasi. A call for regulatory reform. Honorable Minister of Sports, Congressmen and women, permit me to once again draw your attention to an issue that has significant implications for the financial sustainability of Ghana football: the continued prohibition on sponsorship by alcoholic beverage companies under the current regulatory framework. As I stated at our previous congresses, this is not an appeal to weaken regulation or compromise public health. Rather, it is a call for a balanced review of the existing policy in line with international best practice and the economic realities of modern sports. Honorable Minister of Sports, on behalf of the 124 members of Congress and the entire football family, I respectfully appeal to you to champion a constructive review of this policy. We believe it is possible to establish a regulatory framework that protects the public interest whilst creating reasonable commercial opportunities for football. The willingness of reputable companies to invest in our game already exists. What is needed now is a regulatory environment that allows Ghana football to benefit from these investments for the good of the sport and for our dear nation. Appreciation to our sponsors. They didn't clap, eh? I honestly think the goodies are too much. So thinking that more money may come from that industry, maybe they don't want it. Honorable Minister, permit me to once again draw your attention to an issue that has significant implications for the financial sustainability of Ghana football. Oh no, I think I've picked that already. I'm talking about the alcoholic companies, etc., etc. Now, I would want to say thank you to the underlisted companies who have been of immense support to football in the past 12 months. Adisa Productions Limited, MTN Ghana, X1 Energy Drink, Goldfields Ghana, GNPC, Metro Mass Transit, Jack Motors, Kivu Ghana, Universal Merchant Bank, JLab, GMPC, and of course, engineers and planners. Can we give it to them, please? We are also grateful to Bet Power, Malta Guinness, Puma, Decathlon, Perla, NASCO Electronics, Access Bank, KGF Foundation, and Goil Ghana. Can we give it to them, please?
This is Sporty FM, the voice of sports.
The Vice President, Honorable Sector Minister, countrymen and women, congressmen here in Guarded, as I draw my address to a close, allow me to express my deepest appreciation to each one of you for your presence, for your invaluable contributions, and your unwavering commitment to the advancement of Ghana football. Today's Congress has once again demonstrated that our greatest strength lies not in any one individual or institution, but in our unity of purpose. Together, we have celebrated our achievements, reflected honestly on our challenges, and renewed our collective resolve to build a football ecosystem that is stronger, more inclusive, more professional, and globally competitive. The progress we have made is encouraging, but our journey is far from complete. The road ahead will demand vision, courage, sacrifice, and above all, collective or collaboration amongst us. It will require every administrator, every club, every player, every coach, every supporter and partner to play their part in shaping the future we all share. Now, as I close up, I also want to say thank you to Malcolm for their support, for being supportive of women's football, for being supportive of the Division 1 League. And as president of the Football Association, I reaffirm my unwavering commitment to serving our game with integrity, transparency, accountability, and purpose. Together, let us continue to protect the values of our sport, invest boldly in the domestic game, invest in our future, empower the next generation, and create opportunities that will inspire millions of young Ghanaians to be the next Abedi Peles, the next Stephen Appiahs, and the next Golden Boys. I thank our government, our sponsors, our partners. I thank our executive director from WAFOB, from traveling all the way from Abidjan to be here with us, our RFA chairman, congressmen and women here in present, and every member of the football family for believing in this shared vision. Together, we are writing a new chapter in the history of the Ghanaian game, one defined by excellence, opportunity, and lasting success. May God continue to bless our efforts, bless the Ghana Football Association, bless our beloved game, and bless Ghana. Thank you.
This is Sporty FM, the voice of sport.
This is our own, let's cherish our own. Ghana Premier League is back again. I say this is our own, let's cherish our own. Division 1 League is back again. This is our own, let's cherish our own. Ghana Premier League is back again. This is our own, let's cherish our own. Women's Premier League is back again. Since the days of Baba Yara, we've been there. The Ghana Premier League is back again. Since the days of Shamokwe, we've been there. Division 1 League is back again.
Part of the convocation. I'm sure all of us received copies of the minutes, have gone through the entire documents, and we did not obviously receive any comments on same. So we assume that the minutes of the previous Congress has been approved. GS.
Yes, Mr. President.
Okay, thank you very much. We move to item number 9, activity report containing the activities since the last Congress by the General Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. President. We'll do a video presentation of the activity report.
Sporty FM. This is Sporty FM, the voice of sport.
This is still Sporty 106.1 in Accra, 102.5 in Takoradi, 91.3. And you are listening to the live coverage of the 32nd Ordinary Congress of the Ghana Football Association is happening at the Ghanaman Soccer Center of Excellence. We are going back to the Congress. We are going back to the Congress ground where the president of the GFA, Kurt Edwin Simeon Okraku, has just finished giving his speech. They were moving on to the activity reports, and there was a slide break. So we are going back for the Congress to continue, for you to enjoy the live coverage of the 2026 32nd Ordinary Congress of the Ghana Football Association.
The just ended season. Thank you.
Okay, all right. We'll be getting back to to the Congress grounds. But if you are listening and you have a comment you want to and you want to send us a comment, you have a comment to share, get to us 054-257-1061, 054-257-1061. So currently, the activity report is being presented to members of the GFA, but it's in a video presentation form. So the video is being played for members at the Congress to see what exactly has happened. Now, the General Secretary of the Ghana Football Association, Mr. Prosper Harrisonado, was the one tasked to present the activity report, and he stated that it was a video presentation. So, at least from what I see, the presentation, I believe, is still happening. It will go on in a bit, but members are currently standing. I suspect that they want to take a bit of a breather as they, walk around a bit, maybe drink some water, do some chit-chatting, speak with a few friends and colleagues and all of that before the activity report is presented to members of the Ghana Football Association. Let's not forget that the Ordinary Congress is a gathering of members of the association to take stock of the previous season and also to see what the new season will look like. The Ordinary Congress usually signals the end of one football season and it heralds the start of another football season. Last year was held at the Ghanaman Soccer Center of Excellence. This year, the venue has been maintained. And so, stakeholders in the game, members of the association, members of the popularly called Football Republic have gathered at the Ghanaman Soccer Center of Excellence to go through all the things that they have done in the previous year and to get ready for a new football season. So if you've been listening since it's about 10, 11 a.m. or so, you can send us a comment, 054-257-1061. Alternatively, you can go to our socials. Sorry about that. You can go to our socials and have a look at videos and quotes and quote cards and all of those things, the big ticket items from the 32nd Ordinary Congress of the Ghana Football Association. As I said, it's happening at the Ghanaman Soccer Center of Excellence in Pram Pram. And so that's where the gathering is taking place. Before I came in, or before you heard my voice, you heard the president of the GFA, Kurt Edwin Simeon Okraku, talking about the things that have happened in the previous year. Spoke about the league, spoke about Division 1, spoke about women's league, women's football. Also spoke about Colts football. He says this year is an important year for Colts football. says the coast football season will will commence in September. It will be launched in September, and then we'll see all the initiatives that the GFA is putting together for the betterment of coast football. Coast football is the developmental level of football in Ghana. Youngsters getting developed for them to become the finished product. And according to Mr. Kurt Edwin Simeon Okraku, that's where the focus of the GFA will be. They want to put more money there. They want to put more attention to that, which is coast football and all of that. He also cited some of the initiatives that had been done, or some of the initiatives that had been implemented in terms of Ghana football. You know, payments due, all the necessary people have been done. Referees, match commissioners, venue media officers, excuse me, and they've all been taken care of. He also highlighted what was happening in terms of the marriage of education and football. He did say that football academies all across the country, one up north, one at Prempeh, one at Chimota Senior High School, and those academies are home to boys and girls who are being developed in football, but at the same time are also getting an education, a conventional grammar school education from those schools.
Women's Premier League is back again. Since the days of Emmanuel Clotte.
Now, the GFA boss also mentioned some rewards for outstanding teams and players. He did say that Benjamin Asare was going to get himself a brand new car from JAC Motors for being the best local player in the best home-based player, let me put it that way, in the Black Star squad. And he's encouraged all other players who play in Ghana to work very hard so they can get the opportunity to also go and play for the Black Stars and potentially win themselves something. So Benjamin Asare is getting himself a brand new vehicle. He mentioned a number of clubs that will be getting some vehicles today based on their performances in the 2024-2025 Ghana football season. He mentioned some men's football clubs, some women's football clubs as well. And then he did say that the winners of the Ghana Premier League, this season's Ghana Premier League, will get a brand new car from, you know, one of the sponsors, JAC Motors. So in addition to the 1 million cedis that the clubs will get for prep or for use during the season, they are getting prize money of 3 million cedis, and then they are getting themselves a car as well. Those are some of the things Mr. Kurt Edwin Simeon Okraku said during his speech. So many different things. So many different things have been said. Before all of that, the sports minister also gave his speech, and it was a very strong speech, very strong speech. I've been joined by Fifi Forson, part of the Sporty Plug crew. I mean, you see him on different, at different times. When necessary. But most of the time, his beat is with the socials and all that. Fifi, thank you so much for joining me. Is there anything, your initial thoughts on what we've listened to or witnessed so far, and then I'll get some more thoughts on some of the things that have jumped out at you.
Well, I would say that from the start of the Congress, I think Kofi Adams set the tone for what was to come, because he made some very, very strong points. He mentioned, I think the favorite one that he mentioned was, who is coming to watch who? Because if the football is starting, who are the stars of the league? And he buttressed his points with the likes of back then when we had Don Botte, Charles Taylor, Stephen Odro, who were the stars of the league, who were selling the brand Ghana Premier League. Yeah. But currently, we are going into a new season, and how many stars can you mention off-head? You can mention Benjamin Asare simply because he plays for the Black Stars. But how many after Benjamin Asare can you mention? So he makes that point. And Kofi Adams made a lot of good points also. He mentioned that he wants a clear player development pathway to produce and track talent. Then this point was just buttressing what we used to have back then, where we used to progress players from the coach system to the U17, the U20, U23, and finally the Black Stars. You look at our qualification to the 2006 World Cup, our first qualification, and a lot of these players came from various youth systems. We also Stephen appear at Athens 2024. So 2004, I should say,
2004, U23.
So these are very
played for the Black Satellites in '99.
Exactly.
In Nigeria.
Exactly. So these are points that the sports minister made, and I think he before his statement he was like, because I didn't come for the previous one, I am here today. And maybe if I had come for last year's Congress, maybe I would just come here and congratulate you guys. But I'm here to tell you what has to be done. And so these are the salient points. And I think one thing I also mentioned about is greater investment in women's football and grassroots development. I think he mentioned about the Black Queens. He said they have been deliberate in investing in the Black Queens, in investing in the Black Princesses and other places. We all know what has transpired in the last couple of weeks is back and forth with the Black Queens over bonuses and stuff like that. But I think he just reiterated the point that nobody is being sidelined when it comes to the football ecosystem. What's the treatment that they give to the Black Stars? The same treatment that they give to the Black Queens as well. He also questioned what the clubs use the 1 million Ghana cedi investment for. I think that's that's one thing I think Raymond will be very, very excited about. Yeah, because prior to last season, we all saw how government came on board to help the clubs, investing 1 million Ghana cedi in each club out of the 18 clubs. So each club had or received 1 million Ghana cedi. So the minister asked what they used the money for. Did they use just mainly for the season and all that? But I think the clubs will come out to respond at the appropriate time. So let's wait to hear their response.
Okay. We'll see what happens when the clubs tell us what exactly they use their money for. The other thing that was mentioned was the fact that UMB had replaced Access Bank as the official sponsor of the Division 1 league. Access Bank had been the sponsor for a bit, but now UMB has replaced Access Bank as the sponsor. One bank out, another bank in.
Yeah, I think I heard something about KFC also coming on board for women's football.
Yes, as the official meals partner.
Yeah. I think some people are questioning why, but I don't know, maybe they will give them something different. Okay,
yeah, well, it is valid because think about it, footballers are not supposed to be taking, who am I? I'm not a dietitian. I cannot tell what they eat or what they shouldn't eat, but some people will say that it's not the healthiest thing to give footballers. That's somebody's opinion. Anyway, that's what the Ghana Football Association has announced in terms of what's happening at the Congress. Efson, you mentioned the minister and the minister's speech. It was really hard hitting, you know.
Yeah, very, very hard hitting. That's why I said he said because he didn't come last year. Because last year I think his technical director went, Madam Betty.
Yes.
So this time around he said he had no engagement, so he had to show himself there, and he had to tell them as it is. And as I said earlier, we are trying to sell the brand Ghana Premier League, but there's nothing to sell, and we have to be very, very honest with ourselves. The GFA is making efforts. They are investing. They are finding sponsorship and all that. But who are the star players? Who are these players to attract the supporters to the stadium? And the minister mentioned that the football leaders have to earn the support. He used the word earn. They have to earn the support. It's not a given. It's because you are organizing football competitions or because the Ghana Premier League is on, I have to just come to the stadium and watch. It's not a given. They have to earn it. And he cited an example of Colombian fans at the stadium when he and Keto Kreku met Colombian fans at the stadium in Kansas. And he asked them, why are a lot of Colombians here at the World Cup? I mean, he said they started saving right after the last World Cup. And that is because they know they will get value for whatever they are investing. Yeah. So and they got to see beautiful football and all that. But if a supporter is going to the stadium to watch a Ghana Premier League game, who is he going to watch? So I think these are the points that the sports minister made, and he wasn't soft at all on the football stakeholders. He wasn't at all.
So if you missed out on the sports minister's speech, you can find the quotes. We've shared a few code cards from the sports minister.
Anytime he calls for stronger measures against match manipulating.
Oh, yes.
Match manipulation, I should say, betting influence and poor officiating. I think we all heard or saw what George Free came here and he was on about certain referees officiating for this, certain referees officiating for this, and suggesting that the Ghana Premier League does not have integrity and all that. And I think the minister is trying to reiterate all these points. And these are things that take the fans away from the game. If we know the scoreline before the game is played, nobody's going to the stadium to go and watch it.
So those are some of the main points from the sports minister's speech.
I actually have 10. Can I go through all?
No problem. You can.
Okay.
You can,
so
please.
First, Kofi Adams says Ghana football needs a deliberate rebuild from grassroots to the national teams. He also mentioned he wants a clear player development plan to produce and track talent. Adams says clubs must build sustainable institutions, not to just develop players for sale. He said he has nothing against selling players, but the institutions has to be sustainable and has to work for a long term. Government funding must create lasting improvements and stronger clubs. That's what he talks about the Adisa production deal. He calls for a better fan engagement and deliberate efforts to create league stars. I think this point he dwelled on it for a very long time. It was about 10 minutes.
Who are we going to watch? The league is starting. We don't have anybody to watch. And I mean, that is very true.
Exactly.
Very, very, very true. If you want to sell a league, you sell the league with stars, right? You sell the league with stars. But the point is that really, who are the stars that we are selling? Who are the stars I'm going to watch? When you ask people, why don't you watch the Ghana Premier League? The question everybody will ask you is, okay, who am I going to watch? Who is there to watch?
Exactly. Who is there to watch? And he also mentions that stadium safety and action against hooliganism must be prioritized. And his example was Nana Poli, who lost his life during the Strathmore Kotoko game in February 2025. And he was like, he commended the GFA for putting up measures. The meetings, we also how they met with the security agencies and all that after that incident. And Kofi Adams calls for stronger measures against match manipulation, betting influence, and poor officiating. He wants greater investment in women's football and grassroots development. Adams says Ghana must build a sustainable football industry rather than simply manage seasons. So it doesn't have to be about the season is coming. We just go over this season and after this season we are off. But I said it has to be consistent. Content. He mentions content, training grounds, content, and all that must be sold. And he also mentions that Ghana Premier League is competing with other brands like TikTok and all these things. He mentioned it in his speech. So the last point that I have to draw the attention of everyone, I think that's a big one. He said President Mahama has reviewed his decision to build 6 new stadiums and he will now build 10.
I had huge problems with that part. You see, because the ones that we have,
you're not even
Accra, Cape Coast, Babayara, Aliu Mahama, Esipong, what have we done to keep them in the best conditions? What have we done to really keep them in the best conditions? And we want to add more. Okay, so how about the Accra Sports Stadium? How about revamping it? Because the Accra Sports Stadium in its current state is really bad. When you speak to insiders, they'll tell you that the stadium as it is cannot host
a CAF standard.
Yes, they can't host a CAF standard or FIFA standard match. It cannot at all. So why don't we dedicate more money to upgrading the Accra Sports Stadium? Of course, building more infrastructure is great, but we need to think about the current ones we have, right? And do a lot more to improve. The Accra Sports Stadium in the year 2026, as we see it, is not fit for purpose. Look at Babayara. Look at the amount of work that has to be done every time. The things CAF asked us to do, we haven't done them. We haven't done them. Yesterday, we spoke to Say Mubarak, PRO of Karela. He said, the plane service at the Aliu Mahama is okay. it is the general facility that has a problem. You know, so I don't.
I think the what we miss is that when we talk about the stadiums not being up to standard, we quickly come out and just say it's up to standard because the pitches.
No way.
But everything else has to be in perfect condition for the players. When the fan comes to the stadium, he needs to feel very, very comfortable, because if I'm coming into the stadium and I can't ease myself, when I go to the washroom and it's very, very bad, it all raises questions about our standard of keeping this facility. So it's a solid point that you've raised, and if you are neglecting the existing facilities and going to build 10 new ones, it begs the question, can we maintain them?
That is the thing. We have a serious maintenance problem. When it comes to infrastructure, you know, especially stadia and things. So why do we want to build 10 more? Why do we want to build 10 more? I have serious questions, you know, with that. And maybe we need a forum
to
ask the sports minister. And maybe ask NSA what exactly is going on.
But even the six that he promised, it's been 2 years and we've not seen anything of note.
Nothing has happened. Yes. You know. So what are we saying?
Or maybe they've started somewhere that we haven't.
It could also be. But what are we doing? What are we doing? We really need to get the infrastructure in place. Right? We are saying we want to build stadia, which is great and everything. What about, you know, parks or pitches for development in the inner cities, in the neighborhoods? We have to steer clear of this AstroTurf business and start to think of more sustainable things that will not be detrimental
to the health of the players.
To the health of the players, because the literature is there. AstroTurfs do not help anybody, especially if we say it is football we want to do. AstroTurfs will not help anybody. AstroTurfs will not help anybody. AstroTurfs will not help anybody. Anyway, this is still Sporty FM's live coverage of the 32nd annual or 32nd ordinary congress, of the Ghana Football Association. It's happening at the Ghanaman Soccer Center of Excellence in Pram Pram. Let's go to the line. And let's see if we can get some more updates from our people on the ground. We have a strong team on the ground. Immortal Kwame Jakwe Champion is there. David Kofite is there. Emmanuel Ayamga is there. Abigail Senasusu also there. And we'll see if we can get some reactions there in terms of what has happened. We'll have to find out what exactly is going on, because those of us following via the stream, we noticed that, you know, they are on a loop. There's something else on the stream, and we don't know exactly what is happening. But let's see if we can get updates there. Let me see if we can speak with Abigail Senasusu. Abigail, good afternoon. Can you hear us? Okay, all right. We can't seem to get Abigail, but on our stream, we are getting some images from the Ghanaman Soccer Center of Excellence, and we'll see if we can get to speak with some members of our team there. They are on the ground. As we speak. I think Abigail is on now. Let's see if we can hear her. Abigail, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Nathan, if you can.
Yes, I can hear you as well. I see you have Collins Atapoku with you.
Yeah, our very good friend.
Yes, our very good friend. He was, I don't know if he's still part of the fraternity, but these days he's part of the Football Republic. Abigail, I hand over to you. Let's see what we can get out of Collins Atapoku.
Well, it's been an interesting morning with the Sport and Education Minister showing up. He was not able to show up in some last year, so he did so this year, and he took his time to really elaborate on a number of things and president of the Federation, Simon Okako, also took the post and also spoke about a number of things. But like we always say, the football people know what it is when you hear some of these things. And Collins is the best person to walk us through some of the conversations or the speeches that went on in there. We were just out here and observing. So the 32nd Annual Congress is done. You, as a football person with a Premier League club, what are your takeaways?
Well, I would also say this is the single most significant and transformative declaration by the FA president in his entire tenure. Now, there has to be consistency. Clubs took the money last season. We took 1 million Ghana cedi. And coming here today, we were not even certain that we were going to receive another support or cushion for the upcoming season. Putting money directly into the pocket of Adriana Football Club and 17 other Premier League clubs, 1 million Ghana cedis, is very, very significant and transformative. You take away some of the burden that we face. For Adriana like this, we could say that about a third of our budget has been taken care of if we get 1 million Ghana cedis. It's significant. But when we move on, the list is out. You've seen venues that have been approved and venues that have not been approved. Now, if you have a stadium in Sunyani, if you have a stadium in Koforidua, if you have a stadium in Kumasi, if you have a stadium in Wa, it improves the league significantly. Once you are able to maintain those facilities well, we won't talk about Ghana has only one health or FIFA approved or certified infrastructure for our games. So that pronouncement from the minister is also significant. We are feeling that it sees through their tenure that this thing is done. And at the time, we would go back in time and say that, look, the minister came to Congress for the first time and said that there was going to be this infrastructure, and it is there. Honorable Isiama started a significant one. We couldn't complete it. And the president has assured that he's going to complete them. We would also appeal to them that they should complete that, because the president says he's a game changer. Infrastructure is the game changer in our football. And if we have the right infrastructure, we are going to the top. It aids in the quality of football we play. It aids in the quality of talent development we do and its identification. And it's important that as a supposed football nation, we get infrastructure and backing from government that is worth its salt. That is transformative. That is significant. For the Women's Premier League, we'd want to thank Universal Merchant Bank. Yes, Access Bank was there, but you could clearly see that the terms and conditions have improved. Now we have money for the prize winner. And we pray that the level of competitiveness would also meet the standards that UMB will be looking for. I'm happy that if we win the league, we are planning to. If it happens, we want to win, we get 3 million Ghana cedis. That is also significant. And that I'll get one of my players to be the best player, and he would also receive a car. And that we would win the league, and then we get 3 million, and then a car. In the brochure, the president says it is outstanding, yet to be paid, the prize money for last season. In the past, at Tapoku, I would have had doubts about it, whether it will be paid. But when you give me 1 million for last season, and you tell me I'll give you your outstanding prize money, I know it will be paid, because you promised me 1 million, you gave me 1 million, and now I'm going to get another million. So it's significant, it's transformative. Long may this continue. And as Premier League clubs, let us all raise the quality of our football, the quality of the competition, so that the prize money will move to 5 million next year.
The end of Congress clearly signifies that the league is about to start. This is where the moment it dawns on you, like, okay, this is it. The first week is going to go through to the 34th week. How ready is Adriana start?
Oh, we are always ready. Yeah.
You've got the investment to do that job for you.
We are praying to God. Materials we have. Forces are prepared for battle, but victory comes from God.
A lot will be expected from you, because you are looking that we move the prize monies from 3 million to 5 million, and they have experienced their first Congress, if I'm right.
All Blacks.
Yeah.
We come to Congress every.
Okay. I mean, as a Premier side.
Yeah, Premier side.
Premier side.
Yes, this is our first Congress since we returned back to the Ghana Premier League.
Atapoku has said a lot. He was really keen about the money and the infrastructure. I don't know what you are taking from this 32nd Ordinary Congress.
I think every football administrator here will be much interested in the the prize money and the kind of financial support that is being given to the clubs, especially before the commencement of the season. When I sit back and take a look at our financials just before the season will start, is voluminous. So you having some cushioning from the FA before the start of the season, that's the 1 million being given to each participating clubs in the Ghana Premier League. I think it's a right in the right direction. All of us were hoping that money will come again, because even if it is irrespective of the amount, it will go a long way to pushing the clubs. And we at All Blacks, we welcome it. And we hope all of us will also play our role. I believe that there's nothing free. Yeah. And now that they are, giving us for the second time, the onus also lies on us to exhibit a bit of professionalism and some sportsmanship to ensure that in the coming days or in the nearest future, this 1 million can be, we can see some increment in that, and others can also join to also help support the development of our game.
You have mentioned what the FA and the ministry are doing as clubs. Our problems basically have been how we've been able to put the game out there, put the principal actors out there as well. As a club, as Suedo All Blacks, are you sure you're going to do the most to make sure that the monies that you are spending, people see the talents that you are working?
It is important that we also do our best. So currently we are doing a lot in terms of investing in data science for the club. Some infrastructure facilities that we are supposed to take. We've started from the stadium to even the club, building a new clubhouse. So we are investing in some key areas, even talent identification and also player development. We are doing all this, and it doesn't come cheap. Trust me, it doesn't come cheap. We have sponsors who are also with us last season. Now, some have expressed interest in us. Some have expressed interest in extending the partnership or marriage with us, and we are happy about it. The likes of I will not mention because of your network, but we are continue pushing and also engaging the local companies and both Suedo and outside to ensure that we get much sponsors to come as also partners and pushing the club in the coming season.
So Nathan is from Suedo All Blacks, and very soon they'll get back into the hall for Congress to continue. But we would also take some few comments before we go. Northern Regional RFA President is here with me. Sir, it's good to have you, but the first half of Congress is done. A lot has been said from the Minister and the FA President. You have been around the game for a long time. What do you make of this Congress?
Well, it's been amazing so far. Football generally thrives on incentives, infrastructure, human resource development, and then a whole lot of others. You realize that the president touched on a lot of incentives that the football clubs will benefit from, both as teams and then individuals who excel. Apart from that, there's also a package by way of infrastructural development. So we're going to see a lot of AstroTurfs or pitches coming up. And that in itself is going to help grow the game. With regards to officiating, you realize that there's a package there by way of insurance package for match officials. And then apart from that, this year, match commissioners have also been roped in. Then, if you put that aside, the prize money that clubs will be walking away with in itself is also quite enormous, and then enticing to actually ensure that clubs put in a whole lot. Premier League clubs, as usual, will be given some money to prepare themselves for the competition. And I think that that would enhance the image, beauty, and then almost everything that is associated with the game. So all in all, I would say that footballs will definitely come up. We have all been talking about grassroots football, especially schools and then juvenile soccer. You realize that there's a lot of incentives, and then that will be coming up for juvenile football this year around. Apart from the 900 Ghana cedis each, that they would clubs will be will be paid into their wallets by way of registration for each of them to be able to register 90 players free of charge. You also realize that footballs would definitely be, GFA will invest in footballs that would be distributed to these juvenile clubs. Then in addition to that, winners would also take away 10,000 cash, sets of jerseys, and then other goodies. And I think that it's going to actually make football at the grassroots level quite exciting.
Before I let you go, at the regional level, what are we taking from Congress to improve works at that level? Yes, you're giving some pickups to aid works in the region, but from Congress, what are you taking back to the northern region?
Well, renewed energy. We are going back quite refreshed with the information we have gotten here. And then once, like you said, we have a lot of logistics by way of pickups, and then we are mobile to do our monitoring and supervision work. Definitely, you can be sure that with all these goodies coming in, we'll definitely be able to push and then push further.
Thank you very much. Before the delegates go back to continue with Congress, we want to wrap up with the chairman of the Referees Association of Ghana, George Seja, is here with me. Sir, it's good to have you. Some good news in there. We had some monies have been paid to our referees and all of that. For your association, what are you taking from Congress?
Okay, that's good. Yeah, it's true that the payment is done for the Premier referees. They've received, yes, Division 1 and the FA Cup, MTN FA Cup, and that of the ladies is still outstanding. So we expect them to pay that on to as soon as possible.
But it is the commencement of another year. I mean, another footballing year. From here, the seasons will start. What are you taking from Congress that is expected to change around the officiating?
Yeah, we are thinking about the motivation. Motivation is one. The insurance is still in place, and we know clearly once training and development is up to task, definitely our members are prepared and ready for this particular contest. We have almost where we are getting to the tail end of whatever they were supposed to do to get ready, because the Premier League will take off from 4th September, and we are ready to do it. But there are outstanding payments to be done. It's one of those things that would actually motivate or demotivate, because if you don't pay and they still have to continue to officiate, you know that it means they have a lot of patience, and it is pre-financed. It's not something that money that they give. We pre-finance ourselves, then come and get the payments done. Yeah.
Okay, so thank you. I'm sure we'll catch up with you after Congress. But Kosedu is with the BNI Gold Stars. He's always a happy man after Congress, and he's still smiling, even though Congress is not done. I'm sure there's been some good news in there for the Premier League side as well.
This Congress is like a festival, you know. That is where clubs and brothers will meet. At least when you meet your brother, you need to exchange pleasantries. That's the mandate of my star. And the Congress is not yet done, but there are some positives that we are picking from the Congress grounds. Reference to the president's meeting address. We realized that recently, last week, there was some negative waves about infrastructure issues, and we saw some commitment coming in to help solve some of these infrastructure problems. So it should be positive for the game. And for instance, we heard that for the basic, the KGA under 15 tournament won some prize money. It's being used to develop 3 parks, one at the police station and 2, one at the northern region, and one here at Pram Pram. And again, we heard about the improvement in the natural grass pitch to add to the existing one, the parks we have at the Pram Pram here. And we also heard about the commitment to start the 40 rooms facility, and that will easing the burden of accommodation for national team assignment. It's all boils down about the improvement that we require for in the game on infrastructure. And looking at the administrative, from last year, the league champion was to take 2 million, but this year there have been an increment to 3 million, and the maintenance of the 1 million that was given last year, same is going to be given this year. It's all speak good, and it all gives morale and momentum for clubs to enjoy. And if clubs are happy, we have a sound mind of giving good assurances to our supporters, and that's where the league will improve.
So how much is given, much is expected. As much as you are happy with all of these incentives, it comes back to the clubs to be able to put it to good use and put our league up there. How prepared are the clubs if you speak to your colleagues ahead of the season?
Recently, you hear even every club is moving around for pre-season. And that is one of the good assurances that each one is ready for the season. Unlike the previous era, clubs don't travel. You hear Gold Stars going to Cape Coast, Protocol moving to Accra, House of Folk moving here. There was a recent Park tournament, class from Techiman, when she coming together. So Summer Test doing a Century Cup. It's all spread the ground for preparation towards the league season. And it's a means to tell people that, no, every club is serious. And that is the expectation our supporters must have. And they shouldn't sit at home. They must come together, they will operate together. And I feel that with this support coming in, clubs will at least be able to support some of their recurrent expenses. Now, this is the season that we need money to pay for maybe logistics, and players will be demanding some signing on fees and stuff. If this 1 million comes, we're able to part with the players, and they will also have the comfort to come to the pitch and compete for the club.
Thank you very much, Kesedo. I'm sure we'll catch up with you again after Congress is done. So the delegates are heading back to the Honorable Iti Mensah Hall to have the concluding part of Congress. It's been the first half has been when Minister of Sports and Recreation gave his address, and then President of the Association also did so. So my very own Coach Abu Tabas is here. It's good to see our women being represented and presented very well. There's a bus there waiting for you.
Yeah, of course. We're waiting for it. Yeah, we fought for it, and it's still been coming up to this year. So we're happy that today we're going to get it.
So that should be enough motivation going into the season, away from all the incentives that were announced earlier in the whole.
Yeah, of course. It's not everybody who is privileged. So I've got their own bus. We are lucky that we're able to win it, and it will solve the problems. And moving forward, we want to win more.
What did you really hear in there about the women's game? I mean, what was the takeaways in there for you as one who is here, firstly, for the Women's Premier League?
Well, I think it's about the motivational packages. But the most important aspect is the construction of the state-of-the-art pitch in Depo. So for the past 20, 30 years, we have been playing on a very bad pitch. I think from next year onwards, we'll have a very good pitch. I think announcement for, 5,000 for the best player, $5,000 for the best coach. I think it's good enough to motivate the women football fraternity to do more.
Let's give Morganis their flowers. They did their best to make sure that they put our game up there. But Goldfields is coming to take over for the next 2 seasons. Major expectations ahead of our new headline sponsor.
Yeah, I would like to thank Goldfields. I was in Guinness, Motor Guinness, for what they've done. At that time, we were just handicapped, and then they came when we needed them most. Goldfields coming to continue the same thing, but we hope that they will even bring more and then make us more comfortable. Financing football is not easy. So the more you are resourceful, the better for the game. So we hope that with their coming, they have a history. They have a history that they will even do better and then project the game.
Is Police ready to continue and compete for the trophy this season?
We are winning it.
Good to always talk to you, sir. Awutabasu is head coach of Fleas Ladies. That bus they won from last season is here. They'll be taking it away, driving it away, and we'll have Nakame Dankwa representing Oko United. I do know how to address him, Protocol now go. But you've been around Congress for a very long time. What makes today's own different?
Well, I think that the speeches and the announcements, some of the things that we've been told is refreshing to us. For me, the Division 1 clubs, formerly we used to pay a lot of money before the start of every season. By this time, the FA has absorbed part of our obligations and all that. And again, the incentives, for me, is something that we need to commend the FA about.
Change of Access Bank to UMB. I'm sure Access Bank did their bit. Coach Abasu was talking about more taking it to the Women's Premier League. But do you have any expectations of your new headline sponsors?
Well, the president just announced that they are going to maintain the same sponsorship package as we were receiving from the Access. But the good news is that Access is exiting and UMB is also entering. That is the good news for us. And the prize money for the season, they just ended, was 70,000. Now it's going to go to 200,000. I think it is something that is going to put a lot of healthy competition among our teams in Division 1.
Is that motivation now for Core United to fight for it?
Exactly so. And personally, we have internal issues that we need to address. But for me, the entire package for the competition is okay for us.
I'm sure you have expectations of Kotoko, because I saw you having some tete-a-tete with David on the other side. You're still looking to the progress of Kotoko.
Sure. Kotoko is in the blood. And Oko United is from my home. So I need to go and help. Obviously, Kotoko is going to make it. Let's have patience for the new board. There are new technical direction. The sporting director is a new person. The head coach, even the first assistant is also a new person. So definitely we're going to have time to excel. It's a matter of supporters having time, patience. We have to organize ourselves as supporters to back whatever the board is doing. I think Kotoko will definitely bounce back.
So now Kwame Danko has confirmed Kotoko is in the heart of Core United, is where he's getting his daily bread. And so our delegates are making their way back into the hall for the next half of the last half of Congress. And I'm sure we'll catch up with a lot more of the delegates maybe after that, and then we'll get to see more takeaways. But for a lot of football people, like we want to call them, they are happy that infrastructure is one thing that has been talked about. There's enough motivation to compete across all our competitions, from Division 1 to the Women's Premier League, and also to our topmost products, that's the Premier League itself. And so we'll get to see how the season starts for all of these clubs who are really fighting and looking forward to be able to get that money. Maybe we'll get to speak to Coach Anita already with her side, who has been promoted to the Women's Premier League. Immigration Ladies, they have regained promotion in here. Eric Donko is a former footballer, and he's here for Kofredi Asushain.
I'm not here for
Okay.
I'm here for club licensing.
Oh, okay. So today you are not a football person.
I'm here
for club licensing. Okay. So he has another cap as a member of club licensing, and the league is supposed to start in less than 2 weeks. Are you okay with whatever club licensing has gone through so far?
Okay. Thank you very much for having me. Yes, I would say so far so good. Our review for the Premier League clubs are done this week. So I would say we were a bit impressed looking at what the reviews we did last season and comparing them to this season. I would say most of the clubs did very, very well. So I must commend them for their good deeds. I'll tell them to continue doing what they have to do to get approved by the board.
Especially with the new clubs that are joining, Port City, I think Ashgood 04, you know them better. Do you think all of those venues are good for Premier League?
We, the club licensing board, are not so much concerned about the pitches. Yes, it's the duty of the club licensing manager and the competitions department to. I would say our overview of clubs document is to look at the criteria in which we work on. That is the 5 categories. That is the legal, the financial, the sporting, the finance, and the infrastructure. So we go through all these documents of the club. So we are not so much concerned about the venues or the pitches of the club.
So who is here for Cooperative Association if you are not?
We, the Cooperative Association, are not here because we are not under the FA. We are under the region, the RFA.
So your RFA is here for you?
Our RFA chairman is here.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. So we'll get to speak with Anita Redu as well. Congratulations.
Thank you.
First of all, with the Black Queens. And secondly, gaining promotion back to the Women's Premier League. Good to be in this environment again, I'm sure.
Yes. It's very good to be here. I've waited 4 long seasons to be back in the Premier League, so I'm so happy to be back. Yes.
Getting back to Congress for immigration ladies, I don't know what your takeaways has been from the first half of the Congress.
Well, it's always been exciting, and that is why I had to fight to get back to the Premier, because there are a lot of packages in the Premier that you don't normally enjoy at the Division 1 level, and it takes the load off the clubs. So that was the main reason I was pushing for us to get back, because we've tasted Premier before, and 4 years in a drought was difficult for us. So this morning I've heard a lot of things that I'm so excited about. The packages, the cameras, the laptops. I mean, football is advancing. It's being more professional, and for immigration, we are coming in with a more professional approach. So I think these new gadgets are really going to help us in what we plan to do. So I'm really happy about the packages, and then we look forward to see how it goes in the first season.
Luckily, you have come to me the inception of a new sponsor for the Women's Premier League. Goldfields taking over from Malta Guinness, so did a good job in the last 4 seasons. But you were away. What are your expectations?
Well, Goldfields, Ghana is gold. So I believe that having Goldfields on board, it's really going to help. I believe that I was at a lunch. I heard a lot. And I'm happy that now with sponsorship, they always consider the women's league, women's football as well. So I believe that Goldfields has development in mind, and they know that, like I always say, the future of football is feminine. So it's good they are on board now, because they are going to get their money's worth. So I believe that as the years go by, the packages are going to increase. It's going to be far more better than we've had previously. The previous sponsors have done well, but I believe that we need more of such sponsorship to help develop the women's game. And I think that we can compete higher than we are doing now. Yeah.
The Southern Zone gets heated every other season. Are you ready for the heat?
Yes, I'm very ready. We have a lot of things in store. I'm not going to speak to it. Let's just wait and see what immigration is bringing on board. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Anita Redu, as head coach of the immigration ladies. And they have gained promotion back to the Goldfields Women's Premier League. So they're looking to also get in there, be able to get some monies for their games worth. And so I'm looking around, and a lot more of the delegates seem to have gone into the hall for the last lap, or let me say the second half of Congress. And so, Nathan, if you can hear me, maybe we might have to take leave of you now, and then when they're out, when everything is finally down, we'll get back to you in the studio.
All right, Abigail, just before you go, we saw a lot of speeches, the presentations and all in the first part of Congress. What's going to happen in this second half? What are they going to be doing inside the ET Mensa Hall in the second part of the ordinary Congress?
I think that when you look at the itinerary that was initially brought out, I think they didn't expect the Sports and Recreation Minister to have taken the first lap like the way he did. So it looks like from that, they are now going to get into the financials, look to what they have spent, and then look to what they're expecting for the upcoming footballing year that they have drawn for themselves.
Okay. All right, Abigail. Thank you. We'll catch up later. I'm sure by the time the event ends, we'll have more reactions from the people who are there at the Congress. So we'll speak again after the Congress comes to an end.
Thank you.
All right. That was Abigail Sena Susu. On the ground, she's part of our team at the Congress ground in Pram Pram. It's the 32nd Ordinary Congress of the Ghana Football Association, and it's happening at the Ghanaman Soccer Center of Excellence in Pram Pram. This is Sporty 106.1 in Accra, 102.5 in Takrady, 91.3 in Kumasi. We are live on our socials. You can catch us on Instagram and on X at SportyFM_. You can get us on Facebook at SportyFM. If you have any comments, you can send them in on 054-257-1061, 054-257-1061. You can send in your comments. I'll gladly read a lot of those comments a little later or as we go along. Let's not forget that Sporty Drive is on at 4, so you can catch Kosifiaka and the gang later on as they pick the bones from the GFA's 32nd Ordinary Congress. So many things to talk about. So you can catch them on Sporty Drive at 4 p.m. later today. It's time check is 1:13 or 13:13 GMT, 1:13 p.m. If you want to read it the other way. We'll be getting back to the ET Mensa Hall at the Ghanaman Soccer Center of Excellence in Pram Pram. The second part of Congress will soon begin. They went on a break. They are all going back to resume. So we'll still give you live updates or the live coverage of the Congress. Fifi Forsen is still here with me. Efsin, are there any other comments? We've listened to some of the reaction. We heard from Atapoku, Collins Atapoku, Adriana CEO, talking about...
I think all of them mentioned, or they were focused on the financial rewards. And let me just run you through the financial rewards that Keto Kriku mentioned. And the first one was each of the 18 Ghana Premier League clubs will receive 1 million Ghana cedis. I think that was what happened last year, and it's going to happen again, just for preparations towards the new season. Okay, so he also mentioned that the 2026-2027 GPO champions will receive a JAC vehicle worth $33,000 US. He also mentioned that 15 Ghana Premier League clubs will share 9.5 million Ghana cedi based on their final league positions. The 2026-2027 Women's Premier League champions will receive a JAC vehicle worth $29,000 US. The best player in the Ghana Premier League and the Women's Premier League will receive $5,000. So that's some good news there. So if you are the best player from the Ghana Premier League or the Women's Premier League, you will not go home with... I remember this story that a big Nigu Tete told. See, when he picked up the top scorer award, I think 3 or 4 seasons ago, he was given, I think, a health checkup coupon or something like that.
I remember.
And he was not happy about it.
No, he wasn't pleased at all.
So you also mentioned that GPO and WPO coaches of the season will receive $5,000 also. So the coaches of the season as well. So the best domestic-based Blasters player will receive a JAC vehicle worth $38,000. And that was what he mentioned. That Benjamin Asare is going to be the first recipient of this.
Okay, all right. So that's the lowdown. In terms of money, you mentioned league winner getting 3 million cedis. I've seen some people say that some people still think is not enough. Well, I mean, if you compare to what other countries are getting, that's really true. Some people say that 3 million is too small.
Because he do mention that it's enough.
It's enough.
He said, but they want to take it higher.
Yeah.
And Collins Atapoku said that the dream is to make it 5 million.
5 million.
Yeah, because. But you have to also understand that the league doesn't have a major headline sponsor. So Bet Power was in. They pulled out after 6 or so months. So it's difficult for the GFA to raise funds and eventually reward the winners of the league. But I think it's a step. In the last 3 or 4 seasons, anywhere that you've played, you've gotten some amount of money to, even if you're relegated, you end up with some 50,000 Ghana Cedi or 100,000 Ghana Cedi. I think it's a step. I think you're just following what's happening in the Premiership, where even clubs that are relegated earn a lot of money. Maybe with time, if the supporters are coming into the stadium, if the sponsorship money improves, I think everybody's going to benefit. All the 18 Ghana Premier League clubs are going to benefit. And also the Access Bank one clubs are also going to benefit. I think they've changed. Pardon me. I mentioned Access
it's
Bank.
Now UMB.
Yeah. Universal Merchants Bank Day.
Yeah. In terms of prize money, we mentioned 3 million for the winner, 1 million for the runner-up, the team that finishes second in the league. Third place, 800,000 cedis.
Yeah.
Fourth place, 750,000 cedis.
Yeah.
Now, a total of 9.5 million cedis in prize money will be shared in the coming Ghana Premier League season. And the clubs will be getting 1 million cedis each before the start. I've seen some comments on social. Some people say that 1 million is woefully inadequate.
The people should stop looking at the Ghana Premier League through the lenses of the Premier League or other competitions, and just look at this from the Ghana Premier League. As I mentioned, the league that has no major
headline sponsor.
Yeah. So if the GFA is getting all this money, I think that even the question should be, how are they raising this amount of money?
Yeah. We need to find out if it's coming from the GFA's coffers or it is coming from Adesa Productions, because they are the broadcast partners of the Ghana Premier League. Are they the ones providing it? But it also leads me to the question that the sports minister asked concerning the investment. And what was the question? Like, what do we have? Basically, what do we have to show?
Yeah, I think he was just sort of reminding the clubs about what they have to use the money for. Long-term benefits, not for short-term benefits. Let's say you have the 1 million Ghana Cedi and all you do is just invest in only this season alone on just buying players and all. He talks about investing in other aspects that are important to developing as a club. That was where he mentioned that you should be thinking long-term, not short-term, not about just selling players. So you can make. He also mentioned about through the $1 million you can use to invest in other aspects of your game, so that you don't have to only rely on selling players to be sustainable as a football club. So that's what the minister said. I think the clubs are not going to be happy about it, but it is what it is.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and see what happens eventually on the money bit. I still wonder, and maybe one day the GFA will have to tell us why the league has not had a headline sponsor in a while.
I think George Free, a former GFA vice president, mentioned it, and he talked about the integrity of the league. He talked about how there's much manipulation and all that. He hasn't been invited yet by the ethics committee, so
to come and
give evidence, because he mentioned that he said he made a point, or he addressed a concern about the much manipulation, and he was called by the ethics committee and he showed them evidence, and they haven't called him back again. So, but Nathan, there's one point that Kurt mentioned, and he talks about 7 seasons of stability in the league.
Okay,
consecutively, there has been no disruption. I think the only disruption that threatened the league was when Nana Pole died, and the league 2 seasons ago went on a break, a necessary break that every stakeholder has to come on board. The fans, the clubs were invited to speak on hooliganism and all that. I think so. He mentioned that it's been a success story for him personally and for the Football Association, for the league or for Ghana Football League to run for 7 seasons without any major distraction. I think, and I think he has a point there. Back then, there had been a lot of disruptions. I think even last season, there was the Hoho United situation sort of tried to threaten the league at some point. Remember when Hoho United came out with a statement saying that they were not happy with treatment and officiating meted out to them, and they wanted to withdraw from the league. The GFA stood their grounds. Hoho were relegated, and eventually they were demoted to the Division 2 there. So I think the GFA under Keto Kriko have been very, very, very firm on this. He also mentioned about broadcasting, bringing Ghana football closer. He talks about the Adesa production deal and the AFA deal that also telecasts the Division 1 league, the UMB Division 1 league also.
Don't worry, it's habit. It's habit. It will become clearer, or it will get better. So, well, I mean, look, in terms of disruptions to the league, that is fine. And of course, having a stable league is good. It's good. I just hope that, a lot will be done to clear well, I'm not saying clear the perception, but that is something actively the GFA has to do.
Yeah, it's going to take time. It's going to take a lot of time. But I think one thing I must commend this Keto Kriko administration for is that they've been very, very firm on match manipulation and all that. We talk about the infamous one between Inter Allies and Ashanti Gold, the players scoring 2 own goals. We all saw the punishment that came out. Ashanti Gold Football Club, Ashanti Gold SC, as you say, Sporting Club, have been banned. They are no longer part of the football system. So that's it. A lot of confusion there. I think Kelvin did an explainer on that.
Yes.
About the difference between Ashanti Gold Sporting Club and FC Ashanti Gold 04, who will be playing the Ghana Premier League when the season starts. So I think they've been very, very firm. When Ishatreman withdrew from the Ghana Premier League, they were allowed to leave. When Hoho United also said they were not going to participate, they were allowed to leave. They've been very, very firm on this. They've not pampered any club at all. And I think it's one thing that you have to give them credit for. You talk about how the football is not appealing to the eyes and all that, but off the field, they've been very, very firm. You see people being called to the ethics committee to explain certain comments they make on radio and all that. I think that's a step. That's the first step to addressing all these issues surrounding the Ghana Premier League and the other sporting other competitions under the Ghana Football Association.
Well, talking about this morning, Raymond and I we're having a conversation of. You mentioned Hoho United, and I'm happy you did. There are some people who argue that even though Hoho got a couple of things wrong, and the thing that started the chain reaction that led to their exit was the fact that fans had misbehaved and the club had been punished. And then they went on to say, well, other people too have misbehaved. Why haven't you punished them? They felt they weren't being treated fairly. Epstein, tell me this. Looking at the kind of buzz that Hoho United would usually create in that part of Ghana, right?
Yeah.
Because of the fans and all. That's a very organic fan base, a very organic environment that the GFA didn't have to struggle to create. The people wanted to see a football club. Yeah. Do you think that maybe, just maybe, something could probably have been done to solve the matter while not losing Hoho United and the kind of thing they would have brought to the league from a fan perspective, from the eyeball perspective, from the interest perspective?
I think that would be going against what we've all been preaching against, because what the GFA did was, you've misbehaved. You will no longer be playing.
Yes, I think you're going 3-match home ban.
Exactly, and I think what influenced that decision was the fact that they realized that they would struggle to pick up points, not playing at their favored home ground, and it was obvious because looking at the points build up, if they had played, I think, their last 3 matches at home, and they were most likely to be guaranteed 9 points from that game, they would have survived. But they realized that playing away from home was going to make things much, much difficult for them. So that was the reason they eventually decided, okay, we are even going to be relegated in the first place. But the GFA didn't. The fact that they withdrew is what they based their judgment on. The fact that they withdrew, because should they have continued playing the league, they would have been relegated, all right. But that would have,
who knows? They may have even survived.
exactly.
They could have
So
won
exactly.
one of the three.
So
two
I think
of
it was
the three.
it was a rash decision, but you never know. You never know. Maybe the owners of the club thought that, oh, they are not getting value for money or that. It's difficult.
When you speak to people around the club, they kind of felt they were being mistreated. They felt the system wasn't fair, and so they think walking away was a wise decision. I agree with you. A part of me, I how do I even say it? I feel it both ways. So the part of me feels that maybe something could have been done to almost like keep Hohoe United in the league and still hand out the punishment.
Yeah.
But a part of me also agrees with you when you say that maybe Hohoe should have just been a bit patient, right?
Yeah.
And just play the games, right?
Just play the game.
You never know.
You never know.
You know, you could have won one of the three. You could have survived, right?
Even if you are relegated.
Even if it is in Division 1.
Division 1 is better than
you can come back.
Division 2.
You can always come back. You know, you still keep the fans. You still play the football. You are still in it. And all of that. Anyway, time check is 1:27.
Anita, let me just mention that you talk about coast football and the youth football system.
Yes.
I think one thing that,
he stayed on that point.
Yeah, and I think one thing that this GFA has also done well is the investment, attracting sponsorship for the youth football. You've seen over the years, there's been a lot of youth tournaments, and KGO have been very, very supportive of that. And you mentioned that Kivo are now coming on board. Then Kivo Ghana, together with JLAB, will serve as joint title sponsors for the Revive Under-17 Boys Interclubs Coast Championship. So I think that's another step there that he mentions, and he thinks he deserves credit for it.
All right. Time check is 1:28. My name is Nathan Kofifi Forcing is here. We are going back to the GFA Congress. Before we went on the break, they were going to talk about the activity report. Let's go back because Congress has resumed.
This is Sporty FM, the voice of sport.
All right. This is still Sporty 106.1 FM. We are going back to give you live coverage of the 32nd Ordinary Congress of the Ghana Football Association. They are currently continuing with their presentation. So let's go back to the Ghana Football Association's Ordinary Congress.
Our audit work. We consider a report on the following matters. We confirm that we have obtained all the information and explanation to which to the best of our knowledge and believe were necessary for the purposes of the audit. In our opinion, proper books of accounts have been kept by the association. The association's financial statements are in agreement with the accounting records and returns. The association complies with relevant articles of the Ghana Football Association statutes. The engagement partner responsible for the audit resulting in this opinion is KB Anda. Thank you.
So thank you very much. That was the presentation of the consolidated and revised balance sheet and profit and loss statement by our auditors. To agenda number 11, approval of the financial statements of the previous financial period. And I hand over to the General Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. President. The financial statements were contained in the convocation sent to members. As of today, we've not received any comments or inputs from members. Mr. President, with your permission, I'll go to the membership for the approval of the financial statements. Please, all in favor of the approval of the financial statement, kindly show by hands. Thank you very much. Mr. President, the financial statements have been unanimously approved by members. Thank you.
Thank
This is Sporty FM, the voice of sport.
This is still Sporty 106.1 FM. We'll be going back to the GFA's 32nd Ordinary Congress in a bit. Just gone by was the presentation of the financial statement, and then you heard the General Secretary saying that the House had accepted the financial report as given, and so they will proceed with the rest of the Congress. You can send me your messages 054 257 1061 054 257 1061. The GFA's auditors, when we resumed the feed, they were the ones speaking, and they gave the GFA a clean bill of health in terms of the finances. Let's go back to the Congress for some more presentations.
The revised operational budget for the 2026-2027 financial year and the main budget and financial plan for the 2027-2028 financial year. Ladies and gentlemen, as you may be aware, the financial estimates for the 2026-2027 financial year were approved by Congress in the prior year. During the year, a number of developments affected the assumptions on which these budgets were approved. These include changes in sponsorship and commercial revenue projections, adjustments to grants and subventions, revised competition and national team programs, and the need to align project expenditure with confirmed funding and strategic priorities. Changes in economic indicators such as inflation, exchange rates, and interest rate also affected these assumptions. The revised budget has therefore been prepared to reflect the current operating realities of the association, while the 2027-2028 budget provides a forward-looking financial plan to support the continuing growth and development of Ghana football. Financial performance for prior years 2019 to 2025. Over the 7-year period from 2019 to 2025, the association recorded sustained growth in both revenue mobilization and expenditure. Total revenue from football operations amounted to 522 million, representing about 89% of total income, while non-football revenue contributed to 63 million, representing 11%. Total expenditure over the same period amounted to 563 million. This growth reflects the expansion in national team activities, competitions, development programs, administration and infrastructure-related commitments. Despite the increased scale of operations, the association recorded aggregate net earnings of 22 million over the period, with average annual net earnings of 3.2 million. This performance shows that the FA has continued to grow its income base while maintaining overall financial resilience and supporting the broader football development agenda. Budget financials. For the 2026-2027 revised budget, total income is projected at 267 million, compared with approved budget of 150 million. Total expenditure under the revised budget is projected at 260 million, resulting in a net earnings of 6.7 million. For the 2027-2028 financial year, total income is budgeted at 266 million, while total expenditure is budgeted at 257 million. The budget therefore projects a net earnings of 8.6 million. Although the FA is not established for profit-making purposes, the generation of reasonable surpluses is necessary to support football development, strengthen reserves, and provide a buffer against
Sporty FM, the voice of sports.
The revenue budget is driven mainly by core football revenue, which is projected at 237 million, and these are the constituents: television and broadcasting rights, marketing and sponsorship revenue, grants, and sporting income. Sponsorship remains a major revenue pillar supported by existing and expected relationships with our partners. Non-sporting income is budgeted at 28 million, and this is expected to come from treasury activities, realized exchange gains, and other operating income. Management will continue to strengthen the marketing function of the FA and to pursue additional commercial opportunity to support the FA's financial sustainability. On expenditure, the 2027-2028 budget is aligned with infrastructure development, grassroots and youth football development, women's football development, people development, improved IT infrastructure, good corporate governance, and stakeholder engagements. The largest expenditure line is football competitions and events, and it's at 125 million. Projects and grants are budgeted at 51 million. Administrative governance projected at 39 million. Maintenance and other running expenses at 21 million, and football governance at 20 million. The budget implies a cost-to-income ratio of approximately 96.7%, and this means that disciplined spending, timely revenue mobilization, and close monitoring of commitments will be critical throughout the financial year. Mr. President, my conclusion. The short to medium-term priority of the association is to sustain financial growth, improve operational efficiency, and direct resources to programs that strengthen football development across the country. To achieve these objectives, management will focus on prudent expenditure management, stronger receivables monitoring, careful liability management, better use of assets, improved systems, and continued engagement with key stakeholders in the football ecosystem. The 2027-2028 budget has been prepared to support the FA's strategic direction while maintaining financial discipline. Management will remain focused on achieving the projected surplus of 8.69 million and ensuring that available resources are applied to programs that advance the long-term interest of Ghana football. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
So, thank you very much. Can we give him a round of applause, please? The job that he does for the FA is a very difficult one. But I think so far, he's done well. Thank you very much, Collins. I would move on to item number 13. Okay, before that, I think we need to seek approvals. So I'll hand over to the General Secretary. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. President. The budget and the analysis were contained in the convocation, and so I'll move straight to the membership of Congress, all who are in favor of approving the work program and budget for the coming year.
The voice of
Kindly
sports.
show by hand. Thank you very much, Mr. President. The work program and budget for the coming year, that is the revised budget for the 2026-2027 financial year, that's for the period July 1st, 2026 to June 30th, 2027, and then the budget estimate for the 2027-2028 financial year for the period June 1st, 2027 to July 1st, 2027 to June 30th, 2028 has been approved by Congress. Mr. President, I come to you for your closing remarks. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, General Secretary. You want to interrupt my closing remarks? This is what?
Benjamin Asari for 2025-26 was going to receive an award, but the real sponsorship is for this season, and it will take effect from this season. So if you could correct that, it is in your statement here.
No, okay, so let me say what it is. The award goes to the best domestic player who starred for the Black Stars at the just ended qualification and the World Cup, and it goes to Benjamin Asari. So if there's a mistake, I have corrected it. Okay, so the winner of that prestigious reward for hard work and dedication and good output during the qualification and the participation of Ghana at the Mondial is Benjamin Asari. And he will take home the brand new vehicle. Thank you. The Vice President of the Football Association, my colleagues on the ESCO, CEOs of clubs, reps of various stakeholders, our legends herein heavily represented, my executive director from the WAFO headquarters in Abidjan, Philippe Sherry, former Chief Justice, former General Secretaries of our Football Association, former Vice President of the FA, my media brothers and sisters. I think that we have done justice to the business of the day. It has been a very good session. What has happened today tells all of us clearly the intent and the intention of the leadership of the FA to invest more in the domestic game. The message from our Honorable Minister is also very clear, that he expects more from all of us as club executives, as club leaders. It is very, very important for us to tell our own story, to preach our own gospel, the gospel of football.
This is Sporty
We don't
FM,
need people
the voice
to
of
tell
sport.
our story, because we are the main actors of the game and we know what's happening in our game. I think that it's been an amazing Congress session. It's been very smooth. We will continue our commitment towards investing in the Ghanaian game. We will continue our investments in the technical center here in Pram Pram. We will continue our investments in the technical center in the Upper East. We will continue our investments in the GPL, in the DOL, the WPL, Women's Division 1. Second division, third division, and most importantly this year, we will concentrate on coast football. This is the commitment by the leadership, and I am very, very sure that this commitment has received the blessing of all of you who are present here today. Thank you for this. Now, in mentioning the beneficiaries of the buses that are parked outside, we did mention that Rose Park was going to be, or we're going to be a beneficiary, but that was a mistake. The actual beneficiary will be Swedro All Blacks, so that has been corrected. In parting, again, I want to say thank you to all our partners, our sponsors, most importantly, Lily Rice, for all the support they've offered the FA. You have seen UMB mount a stand outside. I would encourage all our Division 1 clubs to reach out to them to open accounts, because obviously payments will go via their accounts of UMB and the accounts that you'll be opening. Okay, UMB will be a sponsor for the DOL for the next 3 football seasons. Our commitment, like I said, is very clear. We will continue our investment drive in the domestic game. You have seen our commitment in the GPL, and I have said again, I've seen a lot of misrepresentations in the media space. We are going to give each Premier League club $1 million Ghana cedis for this season. I have also said here that the prize money for last season, which is 9.5 million, will be paid. And I've also said here that the winner of the upcoming season will take home 3 million Ghana cedis. Please don't misquote me. I think the video is there as a reference point. The whole idea is to continue investing in the domestic game. That is the only way our Black Stars, our other national teams can obviously shine. We cannot be looking at our national teams and not paying attention to domestic football. Sometimes when I walk through the street or I engage people, I hear people saying that, oh, coast football egu, coast football egu. But since 2019, we started reviving coast football, and I think coast football is being played in every region in Ghana. And the support we have offered coast football, I'm proud to say, is unprecedented. The evidence is there for everybody to see. 12 months ago, we were here. We made big commitment towards coast football. 12 months down the line, we are here again. We have re-echoed our commitment towards coast football and even promised more investment into coast football. We've also introduced regulations that would encourage all clubs to play young players in the leagues. We go about looking for players for U20, and in certain clubs you cannot find. And this is not the way. If you want to make money, please make space also for the young footballers. On that note, I want to thank everybody for coming. It's been an amazing day for Ghana football. It's been good. The future looks good so long as we continue to work extremely hard. I've always said that the journey will always have challenges, but when we remain focused, when we believe in the vision, and when we work towards the vision, we will achieve. There's never been a perfect institution. We strive to get to that level. And with your support, with the support of everybody here in Congress, I'm very positive about our collective future. I'm extremely happy about what we have achieved, and I've said here that if you look at the edifice of Pram Pram, even in its current form, we should be proud that we are leaving a legacy behind. Some years ago, it used to be 100 acres. Some had been lost. But I'm sure that if the steps we have taken today was taken, maybe we could have protected the 100-acre property. But today we are here, the land is secured, we've ticked all the boxes regarding safeguarding, and we are now ready to move to the next level of investing in the game. Very soon, we would see that old FIFA pitch being cleared and a new surface appearing. This is the promise we've made to football, and this is the best we can give to our young footballers who rely on us for their tomorrow. And I hope that all of us, regardless of our differences, will join forces in pushing the agenda. And I'm very happy that the Secretary Minister was here. You heard him speak. His message was very clear. We have to do more than we're doing. And what he expects of us is within our capability. We can do it. And I will encourage all of us to stay together, work together. As the new season unfolds, it is time for us to be competitive on the pitch. That's all. Let's be competitive on the pitch, let's be friends off the pitch, and let's develop the game. On that note, right from the bottom of my heart, I thank all of you for coming, everybody here for coming. Your attendance here confirms your belief in football, your desire to support football, and your intention to make football what it's supposed to be. Thank you very much, and may the Almighty God bless us. Thank you.
So that was the president of the Ghana Football Association, Kurt Edwin Simeon Okraku, closing out the GFA's 32nd Ordinary Congress, which took place at the Ghanaman Soccer Center of Excellence. It featured members of the Football Republic, as I choose to call them. They were there representing the various leagues, Premier League clubs, Division 1 clubs, Division 2 clubs, Women's Premier League clubs, Women's Division 1. Basically, the entire football pyramid. All right. I see the GFA's General Secretary, Prosper Harrison-Ado, on the mic. I cannot tell what is happening, but let's go back. Maybe some important pieces of information.
Do the closing.
Okay. All right. Let's get back. I think they are wrapping it up and closing it out there at the Congress.
We will do the presentation, and if you want to have a tour in the facility or of the facility, you are most welcome. The gymnasium is at the far end, 90% complete. And a new auditorium at the top of the gymnasium, you can have a look. The multipurpose recreational court is there, you can have two natural being constructed is there, you can have a look. And of course, I'm told that the U17 will be playing a friendly game. You can have a look to see where we are in terms of talent identification and talent development. Thank you very much, and I will ask the man who has been so active in the transfer market, Alhaji Akambi, to give us a closing prayer. Okay. He's been so active in the transfer market after the ban was lifted. Even here, he's negotiating, trying to speak to Samatex to let go of a talent.
Oh, no, but Mr. President, the boy is coming to us for folk.
Okay.
So,
all right, so
anyway,
can we be all up and standing, please, for the closing?
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون والسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين آمين.
Thank you very much. Photo sessions outside. Thank you.
All right, so that was the conclusion to the 32nd GFA Ordinary Congress. It took place at the Ghanaman Soccer Center of Excellence. If you are catching the video, now you have members up on their feet, interacting with each other, talking to each other, getting ready to exit the hall, the E.T. Mensah Hall, and then they will move on to take pictures and maybe interact with each other, right? Take pictures, interact with each other, chit-chat, and move on to...
Negotiations are ongoing there.
Negotiations are ongoing.
Yeah, the Ghana Premier League transfer or the Ghana football transfer window is not ending anytime soon. So
you suspect that?
Oh, yeah.
There will be discussions.
Yeah. Late transfers. Late transfers.
I see. Time check is 5 minutes to 2, 1:55 p.m. This is still Sporty 106.1 in Accra, 102.5 in Takoradi, 91.3 in Kumasi. Your comments are welcome. 054-257-1061, 054-257-1061. We'll go back to the Congress ground to speak with the members of our team there. In terms of Congress, we had a very solid team on the ground. We'll go back to them, get their perspective of what has happened. They'll give us some reactions, some interviews, and all of those things. So we'll be crossing over to them. So do stay tuned. But Fifi Foster is still here with me. I've seen any other things that have jumped out at you since we crossed. Since we went back to the Congress grounds.
Yeah, I think he gets wrapped up his final speech by explaining that he didn't say that there's a 9.5 million Ghana cedi as prize money. I think what he meant was that it was for last season. So the 9.5 million Ghana cedi was for last season prize money, and 2 million Ghana cedi will be paid to last season's champions. That's Mediama SC. But he mentioned that the 1 million Ghana cedi will be paid once again for the upcoming season, and the winner will receive 3 million Ghana cedi.
Okay. So when you say the 1 million Ghana cedis, what are we talking about?
The 1 million Ghana for each club, as preparation money. That was what happened last season. It's going to happen again in the coming season. So I think one thing that he also mentioned is the GFA will provide VEO cameras, laptops, and professional cameras to clubs and regional football associations. That's trying to invest in content production for all these clubs as well. So he also mentioned that Ghana earned 1.7 million Ghana cedi in CAF prize money, which will fund 3 football education and community infrastructure projects. So we are looking forward to that. We will be asking him. We will be asking the GFA president if that has happened at all. Also, they say the GFA plans to establish a GFA TV and a GFA radio on free-to-air platforms. So essentially, they want to propagate their message because they realize that a lot of the things that they are doing, they are not getting the traction that they want. You can talk about the Catch Them Young, the referee policy. I think it's a fantastic initiative, but there's not been a lot of talk about it. But so they want to do that through the GFA TV and the GFA radio. So we will be waiting for them.
GFA TV and GFA radio. Very interesting initiatives. They want to get into. I don't know if there are any other things you want to touch on before.
It says the governance reforms by the Ghana Football Association have earned the confidence of FIFA and CAF, with Ghana's governance increasingly recognized internationally. So that's it. Although we are not qualifying for AFCONs, we the confidence and admiration of CAF and FIFA is intact. So that's what the CAF second vice president says about Ghana Football Association. So he says in the next 12 months, they will focus on deepening reforms, consolidating gains, and accelerating transformation across Ghana football. So, Kurt, that's from Kurt, the major talking point from his speech there.
Okay, so he's touched on governance, codes, football, the new initiatives.
This last point, you say continue developing its elite academies in Accra, Kumasi, and Bolga, Tanga, as pathways for young players.
Interesting.
So we should be seeing an improvement in our youth sides. The Black Satellites especially will be hosting the rest of the continent in 2027 in the Under-20 AFCON tournament.
Well, we'll have to wait and see what will happen.
If we are able to host it.
If we are able to host it, because the hosting is even an issue. We need to have facilities to host. I've heard the NSA boss.
Maybe by then 2 of the 10 stadiums will be ready.
The NSA boss has highlighted the challenges and the fact that we could lose hosting rights if we don't get our stuff together. So that is the issue there. But yes, the GFA says it wants to invest more in youth football, youth development, and it wants to do a lot more for young footballers. Well, we'll have to wait and see.
3 football policy giving registered players 3 football each season for 4 years. And I've not even mentioned that. It says there will be a $200 investment for former national team players. And it's going to take care of their welfare and all that, especially players who are not too well. So I think it's a 4-year period. So $200,000 breakdown for every year is $50,000. So we are looking forward to that also.
Okay.
Well, a lot of promises from
yes.
From the game changer.
Lots of promises Lots of promises. Lots and lots and lots and lots of promises.
But Nathan, pluggers are unhappy. That's a message from Murphy. He's listening. And he
Why?
Says, we've taken over Sporty Plug today.
Oh.
From 12:30 to...
That is, well, it comes...
It's necessary.
It's necessary.
Yeah, it's necessary.
It comes with the territory, so there's not a lot we can do. We didn't even want to take a Sporty Plug time, but we didn't have a choice. We had to. You know, the GFA Congress is a big deal. It's a big deal. And as a sports station, we have to give it all the attention that is necessary. We'll be going to Pram Pram to speak with our colleagues who are on the ground. Immortal Kwame Jakwa Champon, Emmanuel Ayamga, Abigail Senasosu, David Kofi Tay. They are the people on the ground. They are the members of the sporty team there. Let's see if we can get some reactions from them, and let's see who they will get for us to speak with as we get reactions from Pram Pram, the Ghanaman Soccer Center of Excellence. That's where the 32nd Ordinary Congress was held, right? The 32nd Ordinary Congress was held.
Which means, God willing, next year we will have the Extraordinary Congress.
Yes, next year is the Extraordinary, which is the elective.
Elective
Congress. So next year's Congress is the one that will elect a new GFA boss. Now, let's not forget that at the last Congress, they spoke about the approval of the term extensions.
Yeah.
Okay, the approval of the term extensions.
I was expecting that if this Congress will address the interpretation, because there's been a lot of talk about it, if the current GFA president qualifies, because he came on board with the two-term system. So if he still qualifies to contest again, so I was expecting an interpretation from this, but I think nobody raised it, nobody asked. So we wait and see if he still qualifies to stand or... It's complicated, but I think we will get to the bottom of it.
Yes, it is complicated. It is very, 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 very complicated. There. This is still Sporty FM. This is still the live coverage of the 32nd GFA Ordinary Congress. Congress has ended, but there are so many things to do on the side. You know, talking to people, getting reactions. Getting reactions and speaking with the stakeholders of the local game. So that's what we are trying to get for you. Interviews on the side, interviews with members who were members of the association who are at Pram Pram. We want to get their own thoughts. Okay, we want to get their thoughts on everything that has happened so far. So if you have any comments, you can send them to us on 054 257 1061 054 257 1061.
Say Ghana, say Premier League, Division 1 League, Women's Premier League, it's back again, Ghana, Premier League, Division 1 League, Women's Premier League, it's back again. Je te This is our own, let's cherish our own. Ghana Premier League is back again. This is our own, let's cherish our own. Ghana Premier League is back again. This is our own, let's cherish our own. Ghana Premier League is back again. I say this is our own, let's cherish our own. Division 1 League is back again. This is our own, let's cherish our own. Ghana Premier League is back again. This is our own.
This is still Sporty FM 106.1 in Accra, 102.5 in Takoradi, 91.3 in Kumasi. What is happening at the Congress ground, I can tell you, is that some pictures are being taken. So you heard the GFA boss saying that some buses would be given to some clubs. Currently, the pictures are being taken. The pictures are being taken. The pictures are being taken. The presentation is being done. All right, let's cross over to the Congress ground in Pram Pram for some more detail. Okay, all right. We'll get to the Congress ground in a bit. We'll get to the Congress ground in a bit. But you can send in your comments 054-257-106-1. Okay, 054-257-106-1. Okay, all right. So some presentations are happening. The buses are being given out as things stand, and they are being given to some clubs for excellent performances from a few years ago, 2024, 2025. All right, let's go back to the line. I think Abigail Senasusu is joining us. Abigail, we can hear you. Welcome back. What exactly is happening at the Congress ground now that the business in the hall is over?
Yeah, I think that as we mentioned in our opening, or at least when we spoke to Tabasu, we congratulated him for his bus. And so 5 buses here are going to be handed to 5 clubs, 2 women sides, and then 3 for the male sides, for having excelled, for Dreams Ladies, for coming second in the Northern Zone the last 3 seasons. Luckily, they get to have their bus now. Please, ladies, also for their exploits last season. And so, last 2 seasons, sorry. They also have theirs now. Port City have theirs. And there was a mistake with a bus that had Rospark written on it. And looks like it's going to be given to Swedwell Blacks. And so Nathaniel Obeng is also here waiting to at least receive the keys for Swedwell Blacks. And so, President of the Association, Ketodin Simeon Okaku, accompanied by the only woman on the ASCO, Dr. Gifty Awari Mensah. And I can also see the Eastern Regional Football Association chairman also here. Ura has received his car for Dreams Ladies, tried it, sparked it, moved it a little. And so clearly it is a working bus that will go a long way to help his club as well. So the clubs are taking delivery of these buses for having excelled some 2-3 seasons ago, and they are all at least agreeing that it's going to go a long way to aid the activities, aid their movement and all of that, because as we speak, Ampim Dakwa making good use of theirs. Maybe that could be the bus they'll be taking to Burkina, but they're in Bulgaria at this time. And so it clearly tells you how these clubs put these vehicles or logistics into good use. And so it's just a presentation at this point in time after they wrapped up in the hall, like you mentioned earlier.
Quite interesting. So, Abigail, for the clubs, do they have reps there who are receiving the keys to the bus? Are they all there, receiving the keys?
So, like for Dreams Ladies, like I mentioned, Ura, owner of the club, he himself is here. Nathaniel Obeng is here for Swedwell Blacks. He got someone to move it for him. And Tabasu, with a couple of police officers, are also here. Clearly, they knew that was going to happen, so they are here with their bus driver. He is also in the vehicle at this point in time, trying to spark it and everything and make sure it goes back to our car. So, yeah, the club will have reps to get this car, no vehicles.
All right, congrats to the clubs. they now have at least a mode of movement and transportation going forward. But Abigail, I mean, post Congress, I'm sure you will get some interviews, but just broadly, what has it been like? I mean, in terms of informal conversations amongst members, what have you picked up? What have they been saying concerning all the things they have heard today from the Congress?
I think it's all joy, because expectations ahead of Congress, ahead of the season, will be what new the FA has for the clubs, or what benefit they were going to get. And I think that there have been quite a number, and a lot of the clubs are happy and equally going into the new season well motivated, given a reason to want to excel, given a reason to want to show up, as explained by Kwesedu earlier. For him, he believes that this is when they have to show the FA that they are really worth the monies they are receiving, and even more. And so they do understand what it means. Like Butabasu also touched on the fact that they are expecting more from Goldfields, at least to continue from where Malta Guinness started off, to make the Women's Premier League better. And so it is a lot more of expectation ahead of the new season, knowing that there is some level of cushioning that will keep coming, especially the Premier League club. They were really waiting to see if that 1 million was going to be repeated, and Atapoku said it quite without missing words, that it takes away 1/3 of his budget. And so you do understand what this means to the club. So they are happy that as football people who are investing day in, day out, pumping monies in there, there's something to give them some level of cushioning. And so it's more about the joy they have from the monies or the incentives that were announced at Congress today.
All right, Abigail, I'm sure you'll get us some more people to speak with in a bit, because of course earlier we got some reactions. Would like to get some more in terms of those who are here. But finally, just some bit of clarity on the prize money. Last season, I think a total of 9.5 million was shared. Has any figure been mentioned in terms of the total package? We do know what the new league winners will get, but has a total amount been announced in terms of the full prize money package for the coming Premier League season?
No, please, not to also misquote the president like you mentioned earlier. We would have to get back to our pointers and then get to know that. But over my head, I didn't really hear a total being mentioned. Like you're saying, I also heard what the clubs are going to get, the changes, especially to Division 1 and all of that. But to get the total, I'm sure we would have to really visit that speech again and see. But on top of our head, we didn't get the total.
All right, Abigail, thank you so much. We'll come back to you as and when you have the interviews.
Most of the delegates are enjoying the sight of the buses that their colleagues do have, and I'm sure at the back of their mind, they are going back to work and make sure that the next time we come to Congress, they could be recipients of some of these vehicles that go a long way to help them. So we are still scanning through to see if we can get a hold of some delegates who we have not spoken to, and that also gets their general overview of Congress today. But it's been a rather cozy atmosphere, cool, nothing to really be worried about. Congress conducted, or like we keep saying, this is not an elected Congress, and so there's nothing really to be bothered about. It's only that they had to accept the financials like they did in the second half. Looks like the FA on the good side of the books, getting some monies in their coffers to be able to push coast football, the women's game, and even the men's game, like President said in his wrapping up or in his closing remarks of Congress today. And so the books are good. There are some buses here for some of the clubs, and so everyone seems a little satisfied with Congress here today.
All right, Abigail, thank you so much. We'll come back to you as and when you have some people to speak with. So scout around, and we'll see who we'll get. Abigail Senna-Susu is part of our team on the ground at the GFA Ordinary Congress. It's happened at the Ghanaman Soccer Center of Excellence, Pram Pram. Now the Congress has officially ended, but, delegates are there, standing outside, chit-chatting, looking around. There was a donation of buses to several teams outside the Congress venue, which is the E.T. Mensah Hall. And we'll see what reactions we can get. But your comments can come through on 054-257-1061.
This is our home. Let's cherish our home. Ghana Premier League is back again. This is our home. Let's cherish our home. Women's Premier League is back again. Since the days of Emmanuel Clotte, we've been there. Division 1 League is back again. Since the days of Abedi Pele, we've been there. Ghana Premier League is back again. And the days of Ebo Smith, we've been there. Ghana Premier League is back again.
As we wait to get some more interviews from Pram Pram, let me just run some numbers by you from the Congress, right? In terms of major financial rewards that were announced at the 32nd GFA Ordinary Congress, okay? So ahead of the new football season, each Ghana Premier League club will receive 1 million cedis. 1 million cedis. Now, the eventual winners of the Ghana Premier League will receive 3 million cedis. 3 million cedis. The 2026-2027 Ghana Premier League champions will also receive a vehicle from JAC worth $33,000. $33,000. And then the winners of the Women's Premier League will receive a JAC vehicle worth $29,000. $29,000. Okay. The best player in the GPL will receive $5,000. That's prize money at the end of the season. The best Women's Premier League player will receive $5,000 too. The coach of the season in the Ghana Premier League will receive $5,000. And then the Women's Premier League coach of the season will receive $5,000. Okay, the best domestic Black Stars player will receive a JAC vehicle worth $38,000. So the best home-based player in the Black Stars team will receive a vehicle worth $38,000. Okay, now Division 1 league clubs will receive a support package worth 16.24 million cedis. 16.24 million cedis. So the 48 Division 1 clubs will be getting 16.24 million cedis. They will have to share 16.24 million cedis. Now, each Women's Premier League club will receive 100,000 cedis. 100,000 cedis. That's what they will get. Each Women's Premier League team will receive 100,000 cedis ahead of the new football season. And as you heard us say earlier, former national team players will benefit from a 4-year, $200,000 support initiative. So former national team players will benefit from a pool of $200,000. And it's from that pool that they will be giving support, or they'll get some financial support to deal with one issue or the other. So those are some of the big ticket items from today's 32nd Ordinary Congress organized by the Ghana Football Association. Some very interesting numbers in the Fifi Fosin is here with me. Actually, some very interesting numbers. You know, I'm sure to those it concerns, or to those the numbers concerned, to those who are concerned by the numbers will be happy.
Exactly, and they've not shown any concern. So why should we, sitting on the fences, be concerned about the situation? But yeah, according to the football stakeholders, the GFA is doing their best. So let's see how it goes. But I think of all the amounts you've mentioned, I think the pick of the lot is the last point, the $200,000, as I mentioned earlier, for the former national team players. And I think when he was making that point, he mentioned Stephen Appiah was there, and he mentioned a couple of other players were also, former players were present at on Congress when he was mentioning this. So I think it's good. It's good for the former national team players, especially those who are not in better conditions at the moment. It can come as huge boost for them, huge financial boost for them as they are trying to survive. And also, Nathan, the package for the, what's the name? The women's coach of the season. Yeah. I think equality at play here, because if the Ghana Premier League coach receives $5,000, the Women's Premier League coach also receives $5,000. So I think the GFA are not leaving anything to chance at all. They are giving everybody what is due them. So financial rewards there for announced at Congress by the Ghana Football Association president there. So we are looking forward to more. I think the last part was what the auditors were saying, and I think they mentioned a point about the GFA. It's not a profit-making institution, but so far they've done really, really well for themselves with what they've received from government and FIFA and all other sponsorship money and all that, what they've received, and they've been able to account for it very well. So I think the auditors give them high marks there. They score them high there for what they did in the last 12 months.
Yeah. Earlier I was going through some numbers. Michael Asaribodu also touched on the numbers. I think the auditors did. The takeaways, I don't have my paper here, but the takeaways is that, yes, you are right. The GFA, in terms of not being a profit-making entity, they do seem to have some money away, but it's really not a lot. So the hope is that nothing unexpected happens, because they don't have a huge financial buffer, right? They don't have a huge financial cushion. So if anything out of the ordinary happens, it could distort their finances. Let's not forget, a lot of the money they are getting comes from strictly footballing activities. The non-football part of their budget is about 11%.
Yeah.
So which means that if something happens, they don't have a big financial cushion, and the FA is keen on expanding how it makes money, or expanding the sources of money that come into the association. So that's a very, very important thing for them to think about, right? How they make their money, the fact that they want to diversify. That's why this GFA TV and GFA radio idea I find quite interesting. I don't know what the plan is. They say they want to tell their own stories.
Yeah, and I think the plan is to monetize as well. They want to tap every aspect that they know they can make money from. YouTube, you look at the GFA YouTube account, they post the Blasters videos and all that. It rakes in a lot of money, a couple of dollars in there. So I think they are willing to make money from every aspect. And I think this is something that this GFA has done really, really well. How they've been able to monetize every part of their content creation, and also making money from other aspects as well. So don't forget that all this money that they get, they make the money internally, and they also pay themselves. They pay their staffs. The regional associations also have staffs and all that. So the GFA takes care of all of them. So it's difficult, but they get quite a substantial amount of money. The FIFA Forward programs and all that, and they also have to put those monies into good use. As Kurt mentioned, that they are building facilities elsewhere to improve our football. The Pram project is still on. I think I heard something about the gymnasium is 90% done or something like that.
I also heard that.
Yeah. I think the long-term future for the Pram project is for our national teams to be able to be full comfortable camping there.
Yeah, that's what we must do.
So we don't want to use it as something like what the French have, the Clairefontaine. The English also have one, St. George's and all that. So it's a good start. So let's see how it goes.
well, because ultimately that is the plan. We need to get a place where our national teams will be able to camp very comfortably,
so that we can save some money from them basing in hotels and all that. But Nathan, I just want to ask you, if Pram is fully ready, do you think the Black Stars will be based there? Because I'm looking at the trip from Pram Pram. Let's say they are playing a home game in Accra. Okay, they are based in Pram Pram for 3 or 4 days. It still means they still have to book a hotel around the Accra Sports Stadium.
Well, yeah, close to match day.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, you are right. You are right. It means that they may not fully eliminate this hotel business, but at least what it will mean is that they may not spend
a lot of money.
There.
That's true.
Yes, they'll be there for a day and then they go and play their game. They can come back and all. But look, we need a place where our national teams can come comfortably.
Yeah.
So it's now down to the FA to create a certain environment, to create a situation that is ideal for the players, to create a situation that the players will feel comfortable with and in. You don't want to have places that are not up to standard. So they need to think about how they want Pram Pram to look like, what they want to put there. Because a good environment for the players is a winning environment. If everything is cool in camp, they are happy with the way things are, happy with facilities and all of those things, they'll be able to give their best. So
the master plan is to transition into a 3-star hotel setup to host national teams and external events. So let's say as one of their events, the GFA Congress like this, they've been able to go and host it there. So I think in the long term, maybe members of the football fraternity, some can go there and spend some time there and all that. We'll have the other national teams, the U17 and 20, the women's national teams as well, also campaign there. So, but the ultimate should be the Black Stars campaign, and I'll be waiting for that day to come. We'll be waiting for that day to come.
when they camp there and we don't have to spend a fortune on hotel bills and all these costs, those costs are a huge burden to the state. So it is very, very, very important that we find a way of ensuring that we make money. So hopefully they should turn Pram Pram into something spectacular so we can house our national teams there, so we don't have to spend money.
Yes.
We don't have to spend money on hotels.
So the additional facilities include adding a futsal and beach soccer arenas, a medical sports unit, a gym, a swimming pool, classrooms. Don't forget that's where they host a lot of their FIFA license courses and all that. So, and an administrative block. So it's going to be a huge facility, and it calls for a lot of investment. And I think this GFA under Kettle Kriku is ready to do that. And then they are being funded by the FIFA Forward programs and World Cup proceeds. That's what we know here.
Well, then they'll have to make good use of the World Cup money, and then we'll see what other people have done with theirs. Money they get from the World Cup, money they get from the FIFA Forward program, and all. So we wish the GFA the very best as they seek to do it. For us in the media, we will ask questions. We will ensure that the right things are done. Right things are done. So we'll get our money's worth, and then we can see the improvement when it comes to Ghana football. Not only that, there's a lot of work that must be done at the lower levels. A lot of work must be done at the lower levels. So we hope that the GFA will be able to lock in, zone in, do all the work, and make Ghana football better than it currently is.
Since the days of Baba Yara, we've been there. The Ghana Premier League is back again. Since the days of Shamokwe, we've been there. The Division 1 League is back again. Since the days of Abeta Saki, we've been there. Women's Premier League is back again. Since the days of Asamoah Gyan, we've been there. Ghana Premier League is back again. Since the days of Ishmael Ado, we've been there. Division 1 League let's cherish our own. Ghana Premier League is back again. This is our own. Let's cherish our own. Ghana Premier League is back again. This is our own. Let's cherish our own. Women's Premier League is back again. Since the days of Emmanuel Clotte, we've been there. We've been there. Division 1 League is back again. Since the days of Abedi Pele, we've been there. We've been there. Ghana Premier League is back again. And the days of Ebo Smith, we've been there. Ghana Premier League is back again.
This is still Sporty 106.1 FM. We'll be wrapping it up in a bit. We'll see if we can go back to Pram Pram to get some more reactions, and then we'll wrap it up on our coverage of the 32nd Ordinary Congress of the Ghana Football Association. Let me go through some of your comments. This one says, is this 1 million to clubs free money or they'll pay it back? Won't this make the clubs relax from looking for sponsorship? Some club owners will be buying 4x4s for themselves even when they can't pay players at the end of the month. Do they account for the dollars they earn from selling players? Okay. All right. This one. Okay, this one is from Kofi from Broadcasting. This one is asking, are they the same people and clubs struggling to get a proper training facility today, clapping for the 3 million Ghana cedi prize money? The FA head is only interested in the next election. Buses again, the same bus that some clubs said were old. Were old, I see. Ghana football is only for a selected few. Nana Odumasi sent that particular message. Okay. All right. 2:33. That is the time. All right. That's how we wrap it up. That's how I wrap it up in terms of our coverage of the GFA Congress. Let me read. This one says. Okay, this one says the GFA president made a political speech. He spoke like a politician. He says what the people want to hear, but less than 20% of the promises will see the light of day. And he says the minister was not hard-hitting enough for me. He should have told the GFA in the face that they have failed in their obligation to develop Ghana football, and therefore there's a need for a paradigm shift in how football is developed and managed in Ghana. It says building 10 more stadia is a typical example of a political speech. It will not happen. Okay, that's how we wrap it up on the coverage of the GFA's 32nd Ordinary Congress. My name is Nathan Kwame. Many thanks for listening. I did this with Fifi Forsin. Essen, do you have any concluding comments? And then we will sign up.
It will happen.
What will happen?
Whatever the messenger said, it will not happen. It will happen.
Hey.
So we are waiting.
Okay. All right. Time check is 2:35. That's how I wrap it up this morning. This afternoon on Sporty FM. It has been the coverage of the 2026 Ordinary Congress, or the 32nd Ordinary Congress of the Ghana Football Association. Thank you so much for listening. Thank you so much for sending your comments. There will be more reactions on the Sporty Drive, and then a little later on European Nights. And there will be more on Sporty Breakfast and more sound bites in the news as well. So do keep listening to Sporty FM. Thank you so much for tuning in. We'll catch you later. Enjoy the rest of our programming. Let's not forget that at 4 p.m, Sporty Drive will be on. So enjoy your day. Keep your dials locked on Sporty FM. We'll catch you later.